Good evening. Will the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development please come to order? Before the committee can proceed with the business before it, it must elect a chairperson. Are there any nominations? Honourable Minister Moyes.
I'd like to nominate MLA Compton.
MLA Compton has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, MLA Compton, will you please take the chair?
Our next item of business is the election of a vice chairperson. Are there any nominations? Minister Moyes.
I'd like to nominate Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott has been nominated for vice chairperson. Are there any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, Mrs. Schott is elected vice chairperson. This meeting has been called to consider the following bills. Bill number 48, the Protective Detention and Care of Intoxicated Persons Act. I would like to inform all in attendance of the provisions in our rules regarding the hour of adjournment. A standing committee meeting to consider a bill must not sit past midnight to hear public presentations or to consider clause by clause of a bill, except by unanimous consent of the committee. I would also like to inform all members of the public in the gallery of the rules of decorum for standing committees. Please note that any participation from the gallery is not allowed. Examples of specific actions that are not allowed include clapping, cheering, or disrupting the presentations. Taking photos or videos in this committee room is also not allowed. Finally, the use of props, signs, or shirts with slogans is also not allowed. I thank everyone in advance for their cooperation. Written submissions from the following persons have been received and distributed to the committee members. So on Bill 48, Tanya Bashura, private citizen. Catherine Bitney, private citizen. Tammy Amy, private citizen. Howard Warren, private citizen. Hannah Cormie, private citizen. Trista, I'm going to apologize if I mispronounce this name. Mijakowski, private citizen. Tanya Jackman, private citizen. William Dentor, private citizen. Shara Werschuk, private citizen. Scott Gillingham, City of Winnipeg. Jitender Serene, Shared Health. Monica Ballantyne, private citizen. I would just like to remind the public gallery, please be silent. Thank you. Nina Versnick, private citizen. Jean Bowers, Winnipeg Police Service. Chris Scott, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1505. Noah Schultz, Manitoba Health Coalition. Scott Halley, Manitoba Association of Chiefs of Police. Does the committee agree to have these documents appear in the Hansard transcript of this meeting? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Public presentation guidelines. Prior to proceeding with public presentations, I would like to advise members of the public regarding the process for speaking in a committee. In accordance with our rules, a time limit of 10 minutes has been allotted for presentations, with another 5 minutes allowed for questions from committee members. Questions shall not exceed 45 seconds in length, with no time limit for answers. Questions may be addressed to presenters in the following rotation. First, the minister sponsoring the bill or another member of their caucus. Second, a member of the official opposition. And third, an independent member. If a presenter is not in attendance when their name is called, they will be dropped to the bottom of the list. If the presenter is not in attendance when their name is called a second time, they will be removed from the presenter's list. The proceedings of our meetings are recorded in order to provide a verbatim transcript. Each time someone wishes to speak, whether it be an MLA or a presenter, I first have to say the person's name. This is the signal for the Hansard recorder to turn the mics on and off. Order of the presentations. On the topic of determining the order of public presentations, I will also note that we have in-person, out-of-town presenters in attendance, and they're marked with an asterisk on the list. With these considerations in mind then, in what order does the committee wish to hear the presentations? Mrs. Schott.
Town first. Percent first.
So the committee agrees to hear out-of-town, in-person presenters first. Thank you for your patience, and we will now proceed with public presentations. Okay. I will now call on, oh, sorry, make sure I get my right list here. Christine Ronceray. So Christine Ronceray, please proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, members of the committee. I cannot support Bill 48. There is no question that Manitoba needs better tools to respond to the crisis of drug and alcohol addiction. Our communities are being devastated by meth, fentanyl, and other substances that cause psychosis, violence, and tragedy. The current law, written decades ago for alcohol intoxication, is no longer enough. But if this government is committed to evidence-based decision-making, then please show the evidence that keeping intoxicated individuals involuntarily or without consent, against their will, potentially, for an extra 2 days at taxpayers' expense. Improves that this would even improve outcomes for those individuals or their communities. So yes, updating the laws makes sense, but changing the law without a plan is not progress, it's recklessness. Bill 48 gives sweeping powers to detain individuals for up to 72 hours, 3 full days, in protective care centers that have not yet been defined, staffed, or funded. Where exactly will these facilities be located? Who will operate them? Hospitals, health authorities, or private contractors? And what happens in rural and northern Manitoba, where the nearest hospital is already struggling to keep its doors open? Even the best-intentioned legislation fails when it collides with reality on the ground. And that brings me to a deeper concern. Why does this government keep passing laws that sounds compassionate, but come up with no budget, no workforce plan, and no clear oversight? Because whether the money comes from provincial or local coffers, it ultimately comes from Manitobans, the same taxpayers already facing higher costs, fewer services, and growing frustration. Time and time again, new programs are launched with great fanfare, only for details and dollars to land on the shoulders of municipalities and local service providers. And somehow, the lion's share of these resources still flow back to Winnipeg, while rural and northern communities are left to make do with less. Compassion isn't about slogans, it's about priorities. And here's the practical reality. How will this government find the professional staff to operate these centers when our healthcare system is already stretched to breaking point? In rural Manitoba, families wait weeks, sometimes months, sometimes half a year, if not more, to see a doctor or a mental health care professional. Emergency rooms are closing or running on skeleton crews. If we can't provide timely care for people who want help, How will we suddenly provide round-the-clock medical supervision for people being held under this bill? With 72-hour detentions, the potential for withdrawal and detox complications increases, and that requires specialized care that we simply don't have. So where will these professionals come from? Will they be pulled from existing hospitals and treatment centers, leaving other services even thinner? Because if that's the plan, that's not a solution, that's a shell game. And we don't need more promises, we need more workforce plans, and just legal framework doesn't cut it. I also find this a bit ironic, maybe even darkly humorous, that another bill headed to the same committee is Bill 226, Debbie's Law. That bill acknowledges that our healthcare system is so backlogged that patients are not receiving life-saving care within medically recommended timeframes, and it requires authorities to notify them if that happens. Think about that for a moment. On one hand, we're debating a bill that would give government power to detain people for up to 72 hours in protective care centers that don't even exist yet. While on the other hand, we're passing another bill that admits that we can't deliver basic timely medication or medical care to those already waiting for treatment. If the system cannot meet its obligations to those seeking help voluntarily, how can we possibly handle an influx of people being detained involuntarily under Bill 48? These two bills overlap in the most troubling way. They both expose the healthcare system stretched beyond its limits. And now we also have Bill 224, a Budget Accountability Act. The bill focuses on transparency and fiscal responsibility, which are important goals. But if we look at Bill 224, 226, and 48 together, there's a pattern that comes clear. This government needs legislative accountability, capacity, and compassion. It's not just good on paper. Yet this also shows that they're not practicing those things. We've seen this story before. Other provinces have tried similar approaches, and the results were disastrous. Take Lethbridge, Alberta. They opened protective holding facilities with good intentions, but without adequate follow-up, treatment, or proper staffing, those centers quickly became overwhelmed. Police grew frustrated, healthcare workers burned out, and the facilities became revolving doors, holding people temporarily against their will, then releasing them back into the same conditions, the same addictions, the same danger. In Alberta, with greater resources and a stronger healthcare system, they couldn't make it work. How does Manitoba expect to succeed when our own system is already under strain? We don't need to copy failure. We need solutions that heal people and not just hold them. Another major gap in Bill 48 is oversight. Expanding that detention period to 72 hours means expanding that detention period to 72 hours means allowing 3 times longer confinement than what's legally permitted for the criminal suspects, even though the detained person under Bill 48 has not committed a crime. There is no established evidence that extending involuntary detention for intoxication improves outcomes, and it risks charter challenges for arbitrary detention or unlawful confinement. Who ensures that detentions are justified, that rights are respected, and that people are released safely? And if an individual becomes difficult to manage, what protections are there that they won't be medicated or restrained without proper consent? Why not? We've already scratched the charter. There's no mention of independent review, data reporting, or a complaint process. Without oversight, we risk creating a system that can be abused, one where people are detained because it's convenient, not because it's necessary. True care should not contradict the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Manitobans are desperate for real action on addiction, crime, and community safety. But real action means building capacity first, not writing laws that we don't have the resources to carry out. If this government is serious about addressing addictions and community safety, we need more properly staffed treatment beds, detox services, and transitional housing. We need mobile crisis units and
Pardon
sobering
me,
centers.
sorry, Mrs. Ronsray. I would like to remind the public gallery, there is no participation to happen. That means what just happened does not happen again. This is your warning. If this continues to happen, we will need to remove folks, okay? Thank you. Mrs. Ronsray, please continue your presentation.
We need mobile crisis units and sobering centers that connect people to care, not just hold them in their unwillingly until their clock runs out. We need collaboration between police, healthcare, and community organizations, not another layer of confusion in government spending. Most of all, we need to restore hope because no law can replace the human will to recover when real support exists. I'll end with this. I only wish the same compassion and loyalty this government shows when defending its own ministers could be matched by its commitment to everyday Manitobans, especially those waiting for care, for treatment, and simply for hope. Because the true measure of leadership isn't how strongly we defend each other in this building, it's how faithfully we serve those outside of it. Thank you for your time and for your service to Manitoba.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mr. Bariza, or MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Ronsray. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ronsray, I haven't recognized you. I had recognized MLA Bariza, so I'll let you finish your question. Or that was done? Okay. Mrs. Ronsray.
Sorry about that. Yes, thank you for having me here tonight. I just don't understand how this government can expect to move 72 hours into place when we're paying for 24 hours as it is. That's 300% more already, let alone the detox, the implications that will happen after medical situations occur, after holding people for 72 hours when they're addicted. It's like this hasn't been thought through. If we're having the itch to spend, there are other ways. In fact, we could even make things easier. We could get rid of porn books out of libraries. We could, and schools. We could maybe not do the whole catch and release. That would save some money as well. Like, there is better ways. Sorry, there are better ways.
Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mrs. Ronsray. Thank you so much for coming tonight. This is one advantage we have in Manitoba is in our democracy is we want Manitobans to come, and we expect them to come and put on the record concerns that you're hearing from your constituents, your people, your folks on the grassroots of where you live. And thank you for taking the time and the travel today to come. We agree with a lot of what you've said. We agree that something needs to be done. However, there needs to be more transparency with respect to how this is going to roll out to protect not only the individual in questions, but families and people around them too as well. So again, on behalf of our caucus, thank you for coming.
Would you like to respond, Mrs. Ronsray?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much for that kind words. I find that this government is very good at spending and not good at making any money. I wish that there was some evidence that whatever you're going to throw down actually has some outcomes. There's very little evidence. In fact, Alberta is some great evidence. Let's start using some common sense.
Minister Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I want to thank Mrs. Ronsaray for coming and presenting, and I want to thank all of those doctors who have contributed to where we are at today and the evidence that they have brought forward that brings us to the work that we are doing. And all of the folks that have lived experience, that have, contributed to where we are at. This bill expands the 24 hours to 72 hours to respond to what we're seeing today in terms of outside of alcohol, the substances that we are seeing, in terms of the safety in communities that Manitobans have asked for. People are at risk to themselves, they're at risk to others, and this is to provide supports and get people the resources that they need.
The member's time for question is over. Mrs. Ronsaray, would you like to respond?
Yes, for sure. Just because there's a few doctors that say one thing and evidence would show otherwise, Lethbridge is a perfect example. The U.S. cannot extend because of their constitution, does not allow for overholding 24 hours. So I don't know where you're going to be finding this evidence that we're going to have enough doctors when we don't have enough doctors out in the country to take care of the people who want to go to the hospitals, who want help. It seems like Winnipeg wins again. And yet, is it a win if people are going to lead this into a safe injection site? Because I don't know how you're going to be able to detox somebody properly without it being, without consent, medicated people. Like, I don't know. Maybe people can show some logics in behind it. I'd love to see some evidence because there's definitely nothing so far. Thank you.
So just checking, no further questions? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Mr. Walter Dottridge. And Walter Dottridge, or Mr. Walter Dottridge, please proceed with your presentation.
All right, thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the First Minister for the honorable mention in the legislature this morning, or this afternoon, a private citizen doing his duty of trying to inform our government. I also want to thank my good friend Abhi Khan for supporting me in this as well, and I appreciate that very much. This is with regards to Bill 48. And I'm here for moms and dads. I'm here for my children, 5 of them. I'm here because government only grows and never shrinks in power. I'm here for the drug and alcohol addicted person. I'm here for those people who have their bodily autonomy violated every day by this government by virtue of the lost freedom due to the crime wave hitting every part of this province. Today, with this bill, this government wishes to increase the power of government yet one more time. There are significant amounts of laws already on the books which would put anybody in jail for wrongdoing, including drug and alcohol-induced violence, vagrancy, illegal passage on private property or public property. There's also the Manitoba Health Act, which already contains mechanisms to help those with mental illness and drug addiction. Used to force vulnerable people into rehab and safety. We have those in existence today. This legislation as worded is not correct or appropriate, I believe. I'm not against the concept of helping drug-addicted people. Let's make that very clear. The problem is this government refuses to deal with the issue in a legal and just way. And it is broke and has been wasting their time looking in the mirror and producing useless regulations. It is admirable to care about those who are less fortunate. And that's why I've supported organizations like Adult and Teen Challenge and organizations around the world and more than one political party to fight against superfluous or redundant legislation. But it seems like so many left of center governments that are adverse to actually upholding the law. I'll repeat that, upholding the law. They seem to refuse to hold individuals responsible for their actions. The recent defund the police movement exposed what far-left parties everywhere do when reaching government and the levers of power. And that is they wish to control or manipulate behavior rather than uphold existing laws already on the books, which protect people. As I mentioned in one of my campaign speeches last year, running as a candidate for the PC party, that I was very proud of the leaders in my hometown of Churchill, where there is no homelessness, as we see here in Winnipeg. My commentary, after commending our political leaders in Churchill, was made fun of when I jokingly said releasing polar bears on the grounds of the legislature to deal with corrupt politicians that do not do their job. And it is still as relevant today as I said it last year when the mainstream media purposely distorted my words. Let's face it, this government has ignored the plight of drug-addicted souls living on the streets of Manitoba, where First Nations are calling out for help trying to get drugs off the street when this government is allowing crime and drug dealers free run to run rampant, ruining the lives of families and ruining the lives of individuals. We are all broken people to some extent, to some degree. When a government lacks moral authority, being a do-gooder rather than upholding the law is an easy way out. But the purpose here is not to help people, but for a good photo op. This government, like so many, refused to enforce the laws that are on the books now. Public vagrancy, disturbing the peace, trespassing, public drunkenness, drunken disorderly, and the list goes on. These are all laws on the books. In principle, they already exist. This government likes to give the impression that they are doing something when they're doing nothing. Adding another law on the books is not taking care and showing compassion for those taken over by drug addiction. What it might do is put the First Minister's smiling face on tomorrow's edition of the Winnipeg Free Press. I can say not all the government members in the legislature is about lawlessness. On the government side, there are 2 or 3 caucus members, solidarity aside, like Mr. Adrian Sala, Honorable Adrian Sala, who I don't believe holds an anti-police position. But I do believe there are several on the front bench, including the First Minister, who believe that manipulating public opinion is the goal, and it's a replacement for good governance. If somebody wants to drink or use illegal drugs, then so be it, as long as they are not breaking the laws of our land. When they do break those laws, they should be held accountable and pay a sorry price. A price that will cause them to think twice before they commit crimes again. For instance, if I was to attack a taxi cab driver late at night because I was drunk and acting with impunity, I would expect the law to come down on me so hard that I would never do it again. For instance, if I was to beat my wife, whom I love, or common law, I would expect the law to come down on me so hard that I would never do it again. And we've done that successfully in this country, in this province. We maintain freedom in this country because that's how we maintain fairness. Freedom and fairness go together. You lose freedom, you lose fairness. I'm so glad that we have a God that sheds his grace on sinners like me, and I'm not claiming to be perfect here either. Common grace, like rain, like sunshine, like good food, like a sound mind. We all do wrong. From time to time, we have laws that punish wrongdoers. Why doesn't this government budget for helping drug abuse through our legal system and our healthcare system and grow the economy at the same time rather than trying to shut down small family businesses? So that we as citizens in this province can help those who've made bad decisions such as drug addiction. I, for one, support several organizations each year that work to get people off the streets and to keep young people away from drugs and alcohol. Let's not create just one more law so we can have another smiling face on tomorrow's paper. What kind of province are we trying to build? Is the First Minister more concerned managing his reputation or about doing the hard stuff like enforcing existing laws? And I'm going to say that 3 times. Enforce existing laws and enforce existing laws and do it in fairness. Drug injection sites, bad idea. Trying to manipulate behavior, which is what typical left-wing governments do, bad idea. Enforcing the law that we've historically had, and that's common law, added to it legislative law, that's appropriate. I think it would be wise to lift up people like the late Charlie Kirk, who gave his life reaching out to people he disagreed with, rather than have caucus members celebrate murder and vilify those that they disagree with. Don't be a victim, be a victor. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the and before I move on, I just want to do a reminder to all folks in the space. When referring to MLAs, we only refer to them with their last name, not their first name. So just a so do any members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Minister Moyes.
Just want to thank you, Mr. Dodrick, for bringing your opinions to the legislature today.
And Mr. Dodrich, would you like to reply?
Yeah, I would just say thank you to everybody on both sides for your service to this province. I believe that you're doing the Lord's work, and Godspeed. Thank you.
Honorable Minister Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I'd just like to thank you for coming today and say, may God bless you and open your heart, and, you know, may you have forgiveness and open your heart to those who are need support. This bill is about, you know, supporting, expanding those supports and providing those resources for those folks who need it. So thank you again for coming today.
So just a reminder, Mr. Diedrich, I need to acknowledge you before you speak, just so our audio folk register it properly. So, MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much, Mr. Doddridge, for your presentation tonight. We appreciate you coming from a long ways to be here tonight, and we appreciate your words. Thank you.
Would you like to offer a reply to that, Mr. Doddridge?
Yeah, I have come from a long ways. And my flight isn't until Monday, so I've got a few extra days here to enjoy life in the balmy south. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a leave request for the committee. Amy Robinson, who is presenter number 7 on the list, is unable to attend tonight. Rena, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing, but Kisvalvi, who is number 24 on the presenters list, has a copy of Ms. Robinson's presentation and has asked for the committee's permission to read it on her behalf. Is there leave? Leave has been granted. I will now call on Ms. Jill Wilson. Is she present? Okay. So Ms. Wilson, we can call the next person, and we can come back to you if you just need a few moments, okay? Yeah, and perhaps we can maybe also get some water lined up for presenters as well. We'll get on that. Apologies. I need to get the committee to agree. Are we okay with coming back to Ms. Jill Wilson after the next presenter.
Agreed.
Committee agrees to that? Oh. Mr. Wharton.
To this point,
Yeah, Mr. Wharton.
could I put forward, not necessarily a motion, but just a request that perhaps we could have the document that was going to be presented by Ms. Robinson tabled for the committee to go through at a later time.
Okay, so as the committee has already granted leave for that presentation to be written, to be read aloud, is the committee agreeable to change that for it to be submitted as a written submission?
Agreed.
Oh, I hear a no. So that request has been denied. Yeah. I will now call on Mr. Mike Thiessen or Thiessen. Is he present? Ms. Jill Wilson, I see you're back in. Are you up to presenting next? Okay. No, that's okay. And so Ms. Jill Wilson, please proceed with your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, members of the community. Can you hear me with this? Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Bill 48. My name is Jill Wilson, and I'm a helper in the community. I'm also a part of OPK and Drag the Red. I'm here in support of some other helpers, families, parents, and the young people that we walk alongside. I want to acknowledge that these issues we're discussing today impact vulnerable people, families, emergency workers, and communities across Manitoba. I speak today with respect to that complexity, but also with urgency. Under the current law, protective detention is limited to 24 hours, even when individuals remain dangerously intoxicated or in a drug-induced psychosis. This creates a public safety risk not only to individuals, but also to first responders, hospital staff, and the broader community. We've heard countless stories, especially related to methamphetamine use, where individuals are released prematurely, still disoriented, and at risk of harming themselves and others. Bill 48 doesn't criminalize addiction. It does not impose forced treatment. What it does is create time and space up to 72 hours to allow intoxicated persons to safely stabilize under medical supervision, to be assessed by trained professionals, and to be connected to services that can help, including detox, mental health care, and housing support. Too often, families describe a loved one cycling in and out of ERs and holding cells without meaningful intervention. This bill gives us a chance to break that cycle and intervene when people are most vulnerable, not after it's too late. Police officers, paramedics aren't addiction specialists. Hospitals are overwhelmed. Designated protective care centers would relieve some of that pressure by offering a safe and appropriate setting. I understand concerns around individual rights and due process. Those concerns are valid and must be part of implementation. But I would emphasize medical assessments are built into the process at 24, 48, and 72 hours. Individuals may be released earlier if there's no longer impaired or a responsible adult is available. Please, the bill emphasizes care and connection, not punishment. This legislation is not a silver bullet. It is not the end of the conversation, but it is a necessary tool in the broader public health and safety response. It reflects what frontline workers are asking for. It respects human dignity while recognizing the real risks that prolonged intoxication presents. And most importantly, it offers people a better chance of survival, recovery, and stability. Bill 48 reflects compassion paired with action. It is not about warehousing people. It's about intervening when it matters most. Let's give families, first responders, and vulnerable Manitobans the tools and time they need to turn crisis into care.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Minister Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you, Ms. Wilson, for coming and the work that you do. I know that you work with a lot of vulnerable youth, and you're doing a lot of frontline work, and you understand the challenges because you live them every day, and you're working on the frontline crisis, with whether it's adults or youth, and I want to thank you for coming and presenting today. And, it will be staffed by medical professionals. Again, it's up, the max is 72 hours. So if someone is deemed not a risk or to themselves or others, they will be released on their own recognizance.
Excuse me, Minister, your time has expired. Would you like to respond, Ms. Wilson?
No, I'm okay, thank you. Sorry for the coughing.
MLA Bariza.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Wilson, thank you so much for coming, and please take your time if you need water or anything like that. No. My question is the government has set an opening day of only a few weeks away. Do you believe the rollout is being rushed, and what are the risks if this is being rushed?
Just a moment. I know that's okay. I know it can feel a little awkward, but I still need to re-recognize you. So, Ms. Jill Wilson.
I trust that there's a plan in place, that it wouldn't be rushed, and if there was risks, then I would definitely think that Minister Smith would have a plan for those things that might possibly come up. Risks that might come up are already in place, so I think that it would still be beneficial to the relatives and to the people that are struggling with it.
Mrs. Hebert.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for working with youth, and thank you for what you do for our loved ones that need the support. This is such an important bill, so we want to make sure that it gets done properly, and because we care about everybody that's this will affect. One of my questions for you would be, if you would want like extra supports for someone who's been incarcerated for the 72 hours detained, what kind of supports would you hope that are in place so that when they leave after that 72 hours, what kind of supports would you suggest should be there ready to go?
Sorry, it's all good. I appreciate you're ready to answer a question. But again, Ms. Jill Wilson, you can respond now.
When I think about your question, I worked at YASU for quite some time, and some of the young people that came in there during that time, they didn't even want to be there at that moment, and they had all kinds of things that were going on for them, and they really struggled, and there was no plan. But after a couple days of getting them to stabilize to a point where they wanted to go to detox, they wanted to go to treatment, there was a plan for housing, there was a plan for aftercare, there was a plan for support and therapy. Those were all things that were able to happen in that short little time. And so when I think about this plan and this bill, that's the first thing that comes to my mind is what I experienced in that short little time of when they came in and when they left, and it was a completely different person most of the time. Being stabilized enough to be able to make those decisions and accept and help that support and help.
Honorable Minister Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Ms. Wilson. And that's exactly the vision behind this Protection Care Center, is to provide those supports and those pathways for folks to get the support, build those relationships, and ensure that folks have the supports that they need Right now, we're seeing people without any supports. Under the former government, there was no plan. In 2019, there was an illicit task force that was asking the former government for this type of protective care center, and they didn't act. We're acting, we're listening to Manitobans, and we want to ensure that they're getting the
The
support that they
time
need.
for questions has expired. So thank you very much for your presentation.
So we already called Mike and
I will now call on Mr. Clark Marcino. Is there a Mr. Clark Marcino present? Okay. No.
go back to the beginning of the list.
Okay. I will now call on Mr. Abraham Jansen. So, Mr. Abraham Jansen, please proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, and thank you so much, and I appreciate everyone's time and effort in being here. First, I want to say I second the first and second person's presentation. They did an amazing job, and I just wanted to thank them for that. Also, I don't envy any of your positions here today. You have a great task in front of you. There is a crisis going on outside these walls, and we're kidding ourselves if it's not an absolute crisis. I myself was victim to someone on drugs, and this bill would not have prevented that. Still struggling with it all this time later. I had to take my mother to an ER hospital, and to actually reach care took seemingly forever, all hours of the night. 8 hours later, finally being able to see someone. The healthcare system is broken. What are we doing about it? I don't see of any more use of, or any other information that I can add that can be of better use than what's already been said.
Is that your presentation, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to apologize. I think I missaid your first name, I think I said Abraham. It's Abram, so I apologize for missaying your name. So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mr. Wharton.
Just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for taking the time to come out, Mr. Jansen, and sharing what I could see, and I believe the committee would also agree, was a very tough moment for you to describe what happened during a very challenging time for you, and it sounds like your mother. I guess just on behalf of the committee, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for coming out tonight. And you can bet full well that everybody in this legislature is doing the best we can to ensure that your mother and everybody will get the health care they need and they deserve. Thank you.
Just a friendly reminder that in this committee we refer to the chair as Honorable Chair. But Mr. Jansen, would you like to respond?
Thank you.
Emily Bariza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Jansen, thank you very much for coming out tonight. I can tell this is a very difficult situation for you. Do you feel, as a private citizen, that you have been informed properly on Bill 48?
Pardon me, Mr. Jansen, would you like to respond?
No, I have not.
Honorable Minister Moyes.
Mr. Jansen, I just want to thank you for sharing your perspectives, and I am sorry that you had a negative interaction with someone, and do know that our government is working diligently to reduce those interactions, which is, I think, what this bill is all about. So thank you very much for your opinions and your perspective.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Johnson?
Thank you.
Honorable Minister Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to thank you, Mr. Johnson, for coming out and sharing and something so vulnerable and, you know, close to your heart. And I'm sorry that happened to your mom and you're still going through that. Just know, as Mr. Wharton said, that we are working as hard as we can in this building to improve services and, you know, community safety for all Manitobans. That's one tool that we are trying to do with this bill, is expand services so that folks can get the supports and help that they need. Currently, under this legislation, it's only alcohol, and I'll continue my answer in the next, I'm gonna get cut off right away.
Mr. Johnson, would you like to reply?
Thank you.
Honorable Minister Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, this bill expands beyond alcohol so that when people are under the influence of anything other than alcohol, so if they're a risk to themselves or others, that they can be detained and taken somewhere where they can get the help and support that they need and hopefully onto a path of recovery. And, you know, we're expanding. We just announced 800 new treatment spaces, and we're going to be announcing another 400. We're going to continue to work towards getting more people the help and supports that they need. We put 36 new police officers into the system since we took office, and we're going to continue to work on making our community safer.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, would you like to respond?
I don't have a response to that.
Honorable Minister Smith.
I just also wanted to respond about the medical side of things, because often what happens with our policing services, they have to take people to either their emergency room or they're tied up with folks at the emergency room for like 10, 12, 14, 16 hours. And they're not able to be on the streets doing their job. So this bill is meant to help and support them so that it alleviates the pressure on the healthcare system, but also on the policing side of things. So policing have wrote in support right across the province, but also here in our city, as well as healthcare professionals as well.
Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Johnson? The time for questions has expired. So thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. And just a reminder to all the members that the purpose of the Q&A portion, that 5 minutes after the presentation, is to ask questions of the presenter as opposed to explaining the bill. So I will now call on Karen Strew. So Karen Strew, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to begin by asking you a show of hands. How many of you currently live in or plan to move to Point Douglas? I'm a long-term resident of North Point Douglas and a direct neighbor of the River Point Centre on Magnus Avenue. When the Manitoba government converted the former Sharon home into a substance treatment facility in 2009-2010, residents' concerns and worries were assuaged by government representatives, stating that it would provide strong security and act as a good neighbor. I can still recall one particular government official saying, "If there are any security concerns or issues that will arise out of this, they will be dealt with in short order." 15 years later, those assurances have not been kept. Pritchard Point Park, located directly behind the facility, has become a center of chronic disorder. Residents regularly witness public intoxication, drug use, vandalism, theft, graffiti, bizarre behavior, loud disturbances, and ongoing homeless encampments. Despite repeated incidences, there have been no visible or effective on-site security presence, ever. We have witnessed on multiple occasions intoxicated individuals free of the worry of being hassled by any security, digging up and stealing the copper wire that services the very stadium lighting that was installed to ostensibly provide that security. The government now proposes to expand River Point Centre by adding an addictions drunk tank to detain highly intoxicated individuals from across the province for up to 72 hours. While I support efforts to address the addictions crisis, I strongly oppose locating the facilities anywhere in Point Douglas. Who will be running these sites? What are the criteria for release? Right back into the same toxic, drug, and crime-soaked environment that perpetuates this human misery? What are the safety and security plans? What are the government's plans to ensure that you are not adding yet more chaos, crime, and dysfunction to a neighborhood that has been stressed beyond what any other area would reasonably accept? And just like the proposed safe consumption site, you provide little to no meaningful public consultations, safety plans, or information of any kind. Fool me once. As I have learned, the River Point Centre is already saturated with folks seeking and receiving addiction treatments. Any new clients wishing to receive help are told that they must go on a waiting list. Where then are the people the state wishes to incarcerate for 72-hour periods of time meant to go? Will there have to be additional construction and renovations to facilitate this? What is the government doing? Our neighborhood already carries a disproportionate share of Winnipeg's social burdens. We lack essential services such as grocery stores, laundromats, cafes, and yet we host multiple treatment and detox centers, drinking establishments, pawn shops, and scrap metal businesses that sustain a local criminal economy, way more than average for what our meager neighborhood population should warrant. As a result of this government's obsession with transforming Point Douglas into East Hastings, property values and safety have steadily declined throughout the years. Adding yet more high-risk facilities without a credible, enforceable security plan will further erode community safety and stability. The government continually maintains that these services and agencies should be placed where the need is greatest. The fact of the matter is, it is the government itself that creates these disproportionate areas of greatest need by continually bombarding marginalized, vulnerable neighborhoods like ours with all these services. If police are responsible for transporting individuals to these types of facilities, they could be located anywhere, inside or outside Winnipeg. But just like the supervised consumption site plans, it's Point Douglas that is eternally at the top of the list. As I speak to you this evening, we are awaiting the impending construction of yet another drug treatment facility, some 400 short meters from the River Point Centre on the riverbank at the site of the old Molson Brewery. We have been informed at an open house that the building will serve as an addiction treatment facility for rural Manitoba residents only. What will be the criteria for voluntary treatment, for instance, if an individual arrives there but does not wish to participate or wishes to quit treatment? When asked this question, the future director of the facility answered, if a client does not wish to stay and receive treatment, obviously there's nothing we can do to prevent them from walking out the door. Out the door to where? A short hop across Redwood Avenue to Point Douglas. The publicly overseen riverbanks, the continual criminal economies that we are constantly being asked to forgive and ignore, and the very easy procurement of the same poisons that were sent to our neighborhood to be treated for. Can you not see or acknowledge the potential folly in oversaturating one region of our given city with these services? We, the tax-paying residents of Point Douglas, are not consulted or asked our thoughts about any of this, only that they are going to happen. Point Douglas residents do not oppose treatment or compassion. However, we also oppose the disproportionate neglect and inequity shown to our neighborhood via the constant oversaturation of drug-related services. At the same time, losing feet-on-the-ground police patrols to the interests and safety of downtown and other cities, other city areas. It is unjust to continually place facilities that other communities would reject in a neighborhood already under immense strain. I urge the government to reconsider these locations and to meaningfully consult with residents about fair citywide approaches to treatment and public safety before any implementation or further decisions are made. If you wish to be looked upon as fair and an equitable government, one that holds justice, objectivity, honesty, good faith, and integrity in high esteem, you might wish to start by actually consulting with and creating the conditions for meaningful dialogue with the very constituents you were elected to serve and maintain their best interests before ramming them down our throats. Well, have I convinced any of you to consider moving you and your families to beautiful Point Douglas? We are definitely a community on the rise. Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Minister Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Keurig. I want to thank you for coming in presenting. Stroop. Oh, Ms. Stroop, sorry. I want to thank you for coming and presenting. I wanted to just ask if you knew that we were also investing in Ann Oak Center as well, and if you're aware that we had announced that we were investing in this sobering center at Nadinaway Mac, which is 190 Disraeli, in July of 2024, it was announced.
What, Ms. or Karen Strook, please respond.
No, I wasn't aware. I'm concerned that they're again within the Point Douglas neighborhood and not being spread around the city. We are already overburdened with these facilities.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have spent some time in Point Douglas. I helped with your community cleanup. It was very enlightening, and it's a beautiful community. Your questions you asked tonight are the same questions that I asked during the bill briefing with the minister. Where are they going to be located? Who's going to staff them? Is there going to be more RCMP officers in western or in rural Manitoba? And again, I didn't get any answers for those either. So the minister has said that the system will be ready to open soon. From what you've heard, and again, if you could talk about, has there been any consultation in the last couple of weeks?
I'm sorry, the member's time for question is expired. Karen Strew, would you like to respond to what has been?
Asking if the time frame was enough, or it kind of, no, but the time frame is not what I'm asking is to not have it in Point Douglas. That's what I'm here to represent. That's it.
Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Ms. Drew, for your presentation this evening. As you are very aware, I'm sure, Gimli has the Aurora Recovery Center. Of course, the Bruce Oak Recovery Center, which we were quite involved in our government, is very successful. And of course, the Ann Oak, too, as well, that will be opening up at the Victoria. Obviously, great centers. Unfortunately, more are needed. I guess my question to you is, after 72 hours, regardless of where this proposed site goes, what do you envision after 72 hours? Do you envision these folks going to a place like Bruce Oak or the soon-to-be
The
Ann
member's
Oak?
time for asking a question has expired. Karen Strew, would you like to respond?
So I think your question is that what I envision these after the 72 hours for them to go into treatment? I don't know because each person is individual. I would hope, of course, that would be something that they would choose. However, there aren't enough beds right now. So regardless, the 72 hours, I looked it up, and the psychological, and I think someone else will probably talk about this, it's not enough time. And I don't know that you can make those decisions, but maybe you can. I don't know. I don't know. There's not enough treatment. That's the bottom line. And not in Point Douglas, please.
Mrs. Schott.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here. I can tell that you're very passionate about your community and you care deeply about your community. Our government is trying to represent all Manitobans, and of course, folks would have hesitations about something that's new. Change is hard for everyone. I want to know if you attended any of the multiple community consultations that the minister took part in Point Douglas.
Karen Strew. Proceed.
Yeah. Okay. So the community consultations for the supervised consumption site?
I'm sorry, the time for questions and answers has expired. Is there leave for Karen Strew to complete her answer? Okay. Sorry, Karen, I just have to re-recognize you. Karen Strew.
Thank you. Was it for the supervised consumption sites that you were addressing? If I attended?
I'll allow you to clarify, Mrs. Schott.
Just in general, and all of the multiple attempts for our government to consult with neighbors in Point Douglas. I'm just wondering if you attended any of those.
Well, after
Karen Strew.
Right. After we pushed for that, yes. It wasn't initially, there wasn't a community consultation. It was just contacting the residents committee and just asking two people to talk for the entire community, which we felt was unfair. And so we held our own community meeting. And it was only after that that we got some other meetings, but we had to push for this. It wasn't volunteered.
Thank you. So we have received an additional Bill 48 written submission from Alan Beaudry, which has been distributed to members of the two members on the MLA portal. Does the committee agree to include this submission in Hansard?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. I will now call on Ms. Christine Kirawak, or Kirawak. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing, and you can correct me. So Ms. Christine Kirawak, yes. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. I'd like to address something that's been churning in my gut as I've watched the disease of addiction and all its far-reaching consequences become a politicized and polarizing narrative. Over the last 6 years, I've lived, worked, and connected with people and the river of North Point Douglas. I've been privileged to interact and be witness to the darkest places people can go and be fully present in moments of human excellence. But the story I want to tell here is this. I had a friend with a troubled life and mind, but she taught me an invaluable lesson that I hope will sink into you today. This friend is an addict and alcoholic that struggled back and forth with sobriety her entire adult life. She broke down a day in the life of, for me, in a way I will never forget. I'm standing in a doorway, she says, of the detox here in North Point Douglas, clean, with a government check in my hand. I head to the nearest hotel to cash it because there's no banks in my neighborhood. The ATM is in the local hotel bar, but I have no choice. So now I have a little money, and I'm hungry, so I walk to the McDonald's on Regent or Main. There are no grocery stores to buy healthy food in my neighborhood, so I do that a few days in a row until my money runs out. I have no choice, but I'm trying. I walk around my neighborhood, and there's so-and-so at so-and-so's house. Hungry, he calls out. I know him, but I don't answer. I know, but I'm trying. You know what will take the edge off that hunger. It's not a question. I'm aware. I walk until I'm tired, and there are other friends hanging out in Michael Jean Park at a picnic table beside the playground. I sit with them and look at all my vices spread out on the table. My friends are drunk and high and loud, and I tell myself, I want to forget too. I don't want to feel hungry. So I use and spend the next weeks getting reacquainted with the familiar that I know is bad, but feels normal. I have no moments of clarity for a long time, and it happens almost by accident that I'm back in detox and then standing in the doorway after a few days with my government check in my hand. It's like I'm being set up to fail, despite I'm trying. I'm going to begin with a caveat that should be obvious, but I know from experience has become political ammunition. To help people survive is necessary. To give a hand without judgment is necessary. And myself and others in Point Douglas have been and are an integral part of harm reduction ourselves. But I'm going to speak in some broad strokes here. I'm challenging the overall enabling approach adopted by this government because it makes common sense. We have 78 separate harm reduction organizations in the North End and downtown combined, and yet homelessness, untreated mental health, and addiction have increased beyond COVID as a reason. If harm reduction as a strategy is the only way to go, why has this been the result? So I started to connect dots that have become impossible to ignore. I started to follow the money. I've held my hand at the small of the back of a 10-year-old wanting to jump off the Disraeli Bridge and die. I've run into a house of screaming people and kids to find a child having their first seizure and her family scared to death. I've listened to mothers tell me the loss of their child from an overdose is punishment for having done bad things in their past. I've heard young fathers tell me they want to go be with their dead relatives lost from addiction. Listen to people living in inhumane conditions outside, convinced they are living their best lives. None of these became social media posts and videos because that's my daily life. I've experienced the delusion that has become a mantra of those at the top. And some constituents they serve, I now recognize have bought it hook, line, and sinker. This is what common sense tells me. The Canadian government saw Indigenous people of Turtle Island as obstructions to be eliminated. But despite their best efforts, Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit people remain, many broken, but here. So the government said, let's veil this strategy of enabling as compassion. But why has that help continuously come in the form of limited spurts that temporarily soothe and require little else from an addict or the organization? I'm going to call a spade here. It appears that this harm reduction approach flat out tells people, you don't deserve anything more, and nothing is expected of you, so you don't need to expect it of yourself. It's as though a system originally set up to lift people has morphed into a disguise for keeping people in their place. And people have been brainwashed to believe a kit with a tent, a sandwich, a plastic bottle of water, and a clean needle with a rubber band wrapped around it in a bow is just what they need. This says bluntly, we're allowing you just enough to stay alive today so you can continue to try and kill yourself tomorrow. This is a harsh statement, I know, but might it be true? The harm reduction approach our NDP keeps bragging about has become a state of limbo that benefits the few near the top, as salaries of politicians and organizations are a matter of public record. There's a lot of money being made here on the fragile backs of vulnerable populations, and that greed is being dressed up as temporary help that assists people, but only up to a designated point, seemingly by design. The province refuses to consider plans outside the compressed and stressed geography of the core that would take people temporarily away from lifestyles and influences that keep them entrenched in addiction. So true healing could actually occur, self-awareness that could emerge supported and undistracted over time. Minister Smith loves to say, you have to meet people where they are. But when someone manages in a haze of dysfunction and brain fog to pursue help just to be told there's no bed or long-term program for you, could you come back later? You have to admit, the intention appears to be to leave people exactly where you met them to. I've heard the rationale that you have to put harm reduction facilities in the core because that's where overdoses are occurring. This is a simplistic view that refuses to address not only the residents, stress on EMTs, workers, and businesses in the core, but the depth of a history, the current manifestations of self-loathing, and how the government is perpetuating yet another colonialist system to keep people down by teaching them to exchange personal responsibility, absolutely necessary for healing, for external anger and blame that is growing. This seems controlling by design and to be indoctrinating many to invest in learned helplessness instead of themselves, standing in line on check day like cattle for feed to get whatever they can and no more and to be happy with it. We see in Point Douglas that help is often spent on drugs and alcohol, often at the expense of children, without accountability or oversight. This learned helplessness breeds victimhood. This present system, designed by governments with a guilty conscience, teaches people that remaining a victim and an addict is profitable, enough to maintain the lowest standard of living people have become accustomed to. This mentality has taken hold, convincing people they don't deserve the heights that true self-worth and purpose can bring through focused, consolidated long-term treatment, education, maintaining healthy connections with family, and the value of work. I see glimpses of self-forgiveness, getting connected back to elements, self-sufficiency, compassion for others, accountability for decisions, honesty, humility. But the government's spending so much money on the bare minimum, a bed for a few nights, a few days of detox, a meal, a tent. People have entrenched themselves in a belief that has told them that living in a filthy encampment is good enough for them. The distorted fights that have become about the right to stay there, when the rights they should be fighting for are for safe, clean accommodations and connections to help people find their way back to the power within themselves. We need to support the people on the day they are in crisis, but we also need brave, bold ideas that rupture the complacency that has taken our people and community hostage. Based on this government's decisions and actions to date, the goal appears to be forcing the collapse of a community that is considered an inconvenience, to crush the very spirit that defines us, to stoke dangerous division, and to keep people distracted with arguments and accusations stating the obvious as rebuttals to valid questions challenging the reality people are living in. The easy and cheap response to this is to be outraged at this criticism, which I've heard before. You don't understand addiction. You don't care about people. Why don't you want them to have help? You must want them to die. Make no mistake, that deliberately characterizing people.
Excuse me, the presenter's time has expired. Is there leave? I hear a no, so thank you for your presentation. We'll now move on to the Q&A. The way the process works, there was a no, so leave is not granted. So thank you for your presentation, and we'll now move on to the Q&A time. So do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mrs. Hebert.
I would just like to say thank you so much for everything that you've said, and you're very passionate and you're very, you get your words out very well, so thank you for that. Do you want to just finish, could you finish the rest of it for me so I could hear it? I would like to, there's not much. Yeah, go for it.
Ms. Kurak, would you like to respond?
I would like to finish if that's all right. Thank you. Make no mistake that deliberately characterizing people who are asking logical questions as villains in the story is a calculated distraction from the fact that when looked at more closely as a whole, this system has a familiar colonialist smell that makes no common sense unless you are profiting financially. It's time to stop the piecemeal approach that's clearly not working and empower people with real treatment. Since voting for this NDP government this last election, all I've seen is slick snake oil salesmen trying to best dupe and distract the public using social media, image optics, and the most vulnerable people at their lowest point to bolster political careers.
Honorable Minister Smith.
Ms. Currick, are you aware that my own sister died of an overdose and that this is very personal for me? And that this is something that I have made a mission. Like, this is not something that I take lightly. I consult with people. I consult with medical experts. I consult with people with lived experience. This is something that is coming from community. This is something from the 2019 illicit drug task force that was asked of the former government who failed to respond. These are people who need help and support, and I get where you're coming from, but people are asking for this kind of support. And where you're coming from is like
the minister's time to respond has, or to ask a question has expired. Ms. Kerouac, would you like to sorry, Ms. Kerouac? I'm going to call order right now. No one speaks when I'm speaking, please. Okay? I understand people are very passionate about this issue, and I'm really thankful. This whole committee is thankful for everyone who's here to present, but we need to make sure that we're following proper protocol, and let's channel our energy into getting the answers out in a respectful and meaningful way, okay? So Ms. Kerouac, would you like to respond to the question? Okay, proceed.
Yes, I know that story. I've heard it many, many times, and you brought it up many, many times, your personal story. And I find that to use that kind of manipulative, to be quite honest. And going back to your personal story as a way to address some of the things that I'm saying, I don't see what the, you know, a lot of people have had personal stories. A lot of people have had death. A lot of people have had trouble. Many, 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 many that are not just yourself. So I am speaking not only not to offend anybody. What I'm saying is what I have noticed by personal experience. And I've had also personal experience that I could also tote out, but I don't want to do that here because I don't think this is the forum for it. You know, this is not about a personal attack. I'm talking about the government's response to again, like my neighbor has said, a compressing of all of these harm reduction, 78 of them in the core that is just stressing the structure of our community. That's my point. But to bring up your daughter, I don't think is fair.
Just a reminder that the Q&A period is not for the furthering of debate. It is for asking and answering of questions about Bill 48, the presentation. Okay. MLA Breeza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kerouac, for your presentation tonight. One of the questions I want to ask you is, were you consulted on anything that's going on in Point Douglas right now? Were you consulted on what a protective care center may look like?
Ms. Kerouac.
Which protective care center? I mean, this has been spread so thin. I'm not sure which one you're speaking of. This particular Bill 48, is that what you're?
MLA Breeza, you can clarify.
On this Bill 48, they talk about protective care units. Have you been consulted on what a protective care unit is?
Ms. Kerouac.
Negative.
No. The time for question and answer has expired. Thank you for your presentation. I will now call on Mr. Alexander Major. Oh, he's on the Zoom, so it will be a virtual presentation. He's just joining. Okay, there we go. So, Mr. Alexander Major, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. The Government of Manitoba's introduction of Bill 48 represents an acknowledgement of the profound public health and safety crisis driven by substance abuse in our province. This legislation seeks to extend the maximum involuntary protective custody period for highly intoxicated individuals from 24 to 72 hours. This policy direction is rooted in noble intent to provide necessary stabilization for individuals who are at risk to themselves or others while unable to make sound decisions. The extension of the detention period is supported by compelling clinical evidence. Medical professionals have affirmed that the neurophysiological effects of modern illicit drugs, particularly crystal meth, often involve persistent psychotic symptoms and paranoia that routinely last beyond the existing 24-hour limit, typically requiring 48 to 72 hours for stabilization. Furthermore, law enforcement officials endorsed the initiative, predicting that longer detention periods could significantly reduce the volume of high-resource check-the-well-being calls that currently strain police capabilities. The necessity of providing a safe place for destabilized persons is thus clearly justified by clinical need and public safety requirements. While the compassionate intent and clinical rationale behind the 72-hour period are sound, a responsible assessment demands that new legislation such as Bill 48 be effective, fiscally prudent, and procedurally accountable to the communities it serves. The current plan, characterized by a rushed implementation timeline and the centralized location at Disraeli, raises serious concerns that the administrative expediency is being prioritized over long-term clinical efficacy and community stability. The data suggests that proven clinical requirements for longer stabilization is being exploited to justify a predetermined, fiscally convenient administrative decision rather than driving the development of a strategically optimized, patient-centric continuum of care. The selection of a government-owned previously, this is shown through the selection of a government-owned previously contentious site, and it minimizes the capital cost but sacrifices comprehensive planning and robust community vetting, ultimately compromising the quality and sustainability of the protective care offered. The decision to set the maximum involuntary protective custody period at 72 hours is logical because it mirrors the established legal standards for involuntary civil confinement when an individual poses a risk due to acute symptoms such as psychosis. Bill 48 mandates a procedural safeguard. If an individual remains intoxicated after 24 hours of detention, they must undergo an assessment by a healthcare professional. This formal medical check is vital for due process and ensures continued clinical oversight during the extended detention period. A critical evaluation of the policy must look beyond the immediate stabilization to long-term results. Research studying the effect of short-term coercion for substance use disorder treatments suggests that forced treatment, whether formal or informal, does not conclusively guarantee superior long-term outcomes compared to voluntary treatment or no treatment at all. Substance use rates over extended periods were reported to be stable regardless of the method of treatment entry. The profound implication for Bill 48 is that 72 hours of mandatory stabilization, while crucial for immediate public safety and de-escalation, functions merely as a temporary intervention. Without an explicit mandated structure for subsequent engagement with support services, the facility will not serve as an effective addiction treatment center or lead to extended sustained sobriety, but rather as a short-term public holding measure. The province's assumption of a 72-hour duty of care generates a significant legal and clinical responsibility, particularly concerning patients with opioid use disorder, who are on maintenance medications like methadone, and failure to provide immediate adequate clinical oversight, including medication continuity, transforms the protective care center into a place of healing into a potential source of harm. And I'd be curious to know if any sort of additional resources are going to be provided that would somewhat mirror that of a safe consumption site. Best practices in detention settings, such as the US DEA 72-hour emergency rule, recognize the imperative of continuing OUD medications without interruption to prevent medically dangerous withdrawal, relapse, overdose, or death. Withdrawal symptoms from methadone, for instance, typically begin 24 to 48 hours and can peak severely at 7 days. The current discussion surrounding Bill 48 and the Disraeli facility is conspicuously silent on protocols for OUD medication continuity. If the facility defaults to a zero-tolerance drug policy similar to those maintained in correctional environments, it risks actively inducing medically dangerous withdrawal in patients. This failure to maintain essential clinical care during involuntary detention violates the fundamental premise of protective care and exposes the government to significant litigation liability, compromising the ethical integrity in the entire legislative goal. The selection of the Disraeli Freeway site is a centralized location for the 72-hour protective care. It's arguably the most significant administrative error undermining Bill 48. The decision to utilize the location the decision to utilize the Disraeli Freeway building was reportedly based on the fact that the property is already owned by the Manitoba government. This suggests that the primary determinant for the site selection was capital cost avoidance, not clinical suitability, strategic integration with community supports, or neighborhood impact assessment. The centralization approach, driven by immediate fiscal convenience, creates a profound administrative conflict of interest. The province is attempting to resolve a complex public health crisis by using a simple real estate solution, which directly conflicts with effective rehabilitation and community safety principles. The site is already contentious. Having previously been proposed as a supervised consumption site, places a high volume, high acuity 72-hour facility in such an area, concentrates social problems, and heightens community risk rather than mitigating it. The process of implementing Bill 48 and selecting the Disraeli Freeway site has been marked by a critical failure in community governments. Local residents, particularly in the Point Douglas area, have expressed significant concerns about the location, fearing that their welfare is being dismissed by a centralized government planning. This suggests that public consultation is merely procedural window dressing. This hyper-accelerated timeline indicates that the decision was finalized via administrative fiat before the community input could genuinely influence the facility's location, design, security protocols, or operational model. The centralization of protective care at Disraeli heightens community deterioration risk. Residents and critics fear that concentrating a high volume of recently stabilized individuals in an area known for drug consumption and criminal activity will attract drug dealers to the immediate vicinity, creating a drug dealer magnet designed to target released patients. This phenomenon instantly nullifies the 72 hours of stabilization paid for by the taxpayer. Furthermore, the concentration of released, potentially vulnerable or unstable individuals compromises the safety of neighboring vulnerable populations, including children walking home from school and seniors who have been historically targeted for random acts of violence in such neighborhoods. A centralized approach, while potentially saving the initial capital costs, invariably increases long-term public expenditure on policing, community security, addressing chronic neighborhood degradation. The proposed model exhibits significant weakness regarding clinical staffing and operational timeline, suggesting that the facility is functionally designed as a secure holding environment rather than a full-service protective care center. The plan outlines significant coverage by qualified personnel, but clinical coverage is not specific. The staffing approach is wholly inadequate for managing high acuity patients undergoing severe crystal meth withdrawal, which, as we've said before, involves intense paranoia, psychotic symptoms, and potential aggression. Manitoba faces a severe structural shortage of healthcare providers. Sourcing the dedicated addiction specialists, psychiatrists, registered nurses, registered psychiatric nurses, LPNs, required for a high acuity 72-hour detention facility, a model unprecedented in Manitoba on such a rapid schedule, is practically unrealistic. The staffing crisis demonstrates that the facility risks becoming an expensive lock-up and observe unit, prioritizing the custody component over the care component. The Disraeli plan fundamentally fails to factor in the time necessary for critical operational steps, hiring and retaining specialized medical staff in a severe shortage context, developing robust clinical protocols, and implementing necessary community security infrastructure. Furthermore, staffing any new high acuity facility in a climate of severe physician and nursing shortages necessitates drawing existing specialized resources away from other crucial services such as emergency rooms, existing 24-hour detox programs, and mental health wards. This centralization initiative, therefore, does not add net capacity to the provincial health system. It merely shifts the burden of care, potentially destabilizing other critical service areas. The most significant operational failure is the lack of a mandated comprehensive post-release strategy. While the bill allows detention for up to 72 hours for stabilization, it mandates release once the person is no longer intoxicated or is transferred to a reasonable adult. If stabilization is achieved after 72 hours, only for the individual to be released directly onto the Disraeli Freeway, it's adjacent to areas known for high drug consumption. The entire investment of provincial resources, staffing, security, and facility costs is immediately compromised. This scenario guarantees the revolving door effect. Individuals will cycle rapidly back into public intoxication, requiring repeated and costly interventions. The only pathway out of addiction is fundamental resocialization, which the province will not mandate whilst being perfectly fine with holding people in the same non-negotiable context. The current plan lacks any explicit legislative requirement for professional case management. There is no provision mandating social workers or dedicated case managers to establish
Excuse me, Mr.
concrete.
Major. The time for the presenter has expired. Is there leave for him to complete? I hear a no. So the time for the presentation has expired. So we will move on to the Q&A time. And Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fourier, for your presentation. You know, the years that... Sorry.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major? Oh, I have Fourier here. Sorry. Mr. Major, sorry for that. And thank you for taking the time to come out. It never ceases to amaze me the amount of talent and the amount of information that Manitobans are able to provide. And that's why this night and the democracy that we are fortunate to live in here in Manitoba is so helpful. Have you, and this may be a two-part question, have you been consulted by the government with the amount of knowledge that you presented here in the quick 10 minutes tonight?
Excuse me, Mr. Major, I just need to acknowledge you first to respond. So Mr. Alexander Major, please respond.
I have spoken with various MLAs and MPs, both Conservative, Liberal, NDP, but there has been no formal consultation. Everything I've looked at has been through my own research.
Honorable Minister Smith.
Thank you much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Major, for coming and presenting. I was just wondering, I hear you've spoken to MLAs and did your own research. Could you just provide where you got all that data from? You were talking about it's going to bring more crime and drug dealers are going to come to this site and it's going to cycle people through. So can you just provide where you got this data from? And
Mr. Alexander Major.
Yes, I'd be happy to. I do have a list of all my sources here. It's various public health information sites and also just here, I'll find it here. Some public health data from across the country. Again, as I mentioned, the U.S. the 72-hour holding in American facilities that would have a comparable effect. There's a laundry list here, and I'd be happy to submit it to committee if they'd like to review.
Mr. Wharton.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. I would agree that a copy of that would be very helpful for the committee as we move forward through this very difficult time, obviously. And thank you for the time you put into acquiring this information. I'm sure the Minister and the government will appreciate working with you a lot closer to ensure that this does get done right for not only for the community, but for Manitobans. Thank you very much.
Mr. Alexander Major, would you like to respond?
Sure. I appreciate that this procedure exists. I appreciate the committee taking the time to hear all of our voices, regardless of differentiating opinions. And I hope that moving forward, that gain of function will be the most seriously considered element of this, and that there can be some sort of bipartisan effort reached to ensure that people suffering from addictions are not used as political fodder moving forward. It's quite a devastating situation we have going on in the province. I drive down Logan every day to get to work, and the degree of human suffering I'm seeing and that we all have seen is just inexcusable. And although I do not believe that this solution is the right way forward, I would hope that we can unite over the fact that everyone knows someone who has struggled with addiction, and everyone knows someone who also likely made their way out of it. There's lots of good stories that come out of it too, and I think we should be modeling the policy off of that as opposed to what the politics of the day are.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I want to thank you again, Mr. Major, for coming and presenting. And were you aware that we have been working with medical experts such as Dr. Jatinder Sareen, who is the provincial specialty lead for mental health and addictions, Dr. Aaron Knight, who's the addictions medicine specialist, Dr. Rob Grierson, who is the medical director for Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service, and then also Ben Fry, who is the Chief Operating Officer for Mental Health and Addictions. They've been helping to guide our work, as well as folks with lived experience, and again, like lots of family members. And as you alluded to, driving down Logan Avenue, driving down Main Street, and many other areas in our, our province, people are suffering. They need supports and they need to be led to the resources.
The Honourable Minister's time has expired for question. Mr. Alexander Major, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Every government that has ever existed, especially in the modern context, consults experts and physicians and
Sorry,
paramedics.
Mr. Alexander Major, the time has expired for Q&A. Is there leave from the committee for him to complete his response? I hear a no. So unfortunately, Mr. Major, thank you for your presentation. That's all the time you have for us. Thank you. Emma, Mrs. Schott, okay, I would like to call order to the committee, please. Mrs. Schott on a point of order.
Yeah, so it hadn't quite escalated before I requested the point of order, but I'd like the committee members, particularly Emil Bariza and Mr. Wharton, to pay the same respect to the chair and the committee when we're asking them not to interact and have outbursts. We don't need any verbalizations or gesturing, whether it's encouraging or not, and just respect this process. So.
Okay, so I would like to take this moment to just be a general caution to committee members that we're here to have respectful discourse and let's keep moving forward together. Okay, folks, this is a table for us to work together. Thank you. I will now call on Mr. Joseph Forey. So, Mr. Joseph Forey, please proceed with your presentation.
Just want to say thank you for this opportunity. There was a day in my life that I would never, ever think that I would be standing before a committee in the Manitoba legislature. I thought addiction had left my life 6 years ago when I made a decision that I had had enough. And when my daughter found me homeless, addicted to heroin, living my life around a consumption site, and wanted her dad to walk her down the aisle and bringing me home, and I got off the train and said, okay, I'm done. I don't know what that looks like. But I knew I was going to be terribly sick. So we searched out detox centers, and we couldn't find one. There was no room. There was a waiting list. So I told my kids, I said, okay, we can do this at home. But here's what's going to happen, and here's what you should look for. And in the event of anything like this that happens, call 911 immediately. My children didn't have to do this, but they did this. And it was 14 days of hell. Excuse my language. I looked at this bill and I thought, is it going to help? Because at the end of the day, set aside partisan politics, this is a fight to save lives. And we need to understand that. But when I looked at this bill and understanding my addiction with crystal meth, understanding my experience working in treatment centers as a support worker and watching clients come in. This bill falls short. This bill falls short in that it's not enough time. And I know under the Detention Act that the maximum time allotted is 72 hours, but in the overview that I've set out to the committee members to consider looking at, and some experts that I've already spoken to, but my experience, crystal meth psychosis lasts 5 to 10 days. You know, even after the initial drug has left your body, you're still left in that state of psychosis. There's damage that's being done to the brain. There is rewiring being done to the brain. And my heart goes out to the families that have to deal with loved ones and that want this to work. But unfortunately, the way it's written, it won't work. I've spoke to somebody that works in detox at Main Street Project, and I've asked them about this, and they said it's, in their opinion, it's going to be a disaster because they're not equipped. Not equipped to deal with crystal meth psychosis. And we're talking about acute. If we're taking people off the street and using the Detention Act, then they're in acute psychosis. Is a 72-hour protective care unit going to be equipped to deal with, what I hear, 20 beds in one unit? 20 people in acute psychosis who can't sleep because of the crystal meth will keep you up for days. That's my experience. I've got lived experience. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I know what I've experienced. So when I say I thought addiction left and the whole drug business left when I got off that train 6 years ago, and I was well on my way to being a successful actor, filmmaker, and 3 years ago my son died. My son died from a fentanyl poisoning. And I found myself thrust back into this world again of drugs and addiction and trying to find solutions. I'm all about saving lives. I'm all about trying to find those solutions. This bill can be better. This bill, as you know, it may be a start, but how many, as we're trying to find and find the ways to fix things along the way, how many lives are we going to lose? How many lives are we going to affect until we get it right? I'm asking committee to seriously consider postponing this bill until we get it right, because these lives are worth something. Yes, I understand the devastation that's on the street. I understand the pain of losing loved ones. I want to get this right. You know, I since my son died, I started a foundation called the Singing Red Bear Foundation. And I deal talking to kids about drugs. I talk about recreational drugs. I talk about recreational drugs and fentanyl poisoning because I want them to not cross that line into addiction and have to fall into that category where we as a government and society are saying, okay, what do we have to do? Trying to stop that generation. You know, coming here today, I was really, really nervous because I've never done this before. I've never stood above people. I've never said anything in regards to anything that I've really mattered. Somebody told me, very special woman, my wife, she said, you found your purpose. This is my purpose, is to make change and to be part of change. You know, I thought I was going to be a successful actor and live the movie star life, but Creator had a different plan for me. I don't know where these words come from when I speak, but Creator gives them to me to speak them because somebody needs to hear them. And we're about to make a decision here on this bill that's going to affect a lot of lives. Now, whether that's in a good way or in a bad way, and you're going to hear people say, yes, it's going to be good, and you're also going to hear people saying, yeah, it's going to be bad. I'm not worried about the community. I'm not worried about where it's at. I'm worried about the individual that's going to be affected by this bill and the one that's going to be taken off the street against their will, and will they be helped in the end? After that 72 hours, will that psychosis pass, and will they be ready for treatment, and will there be treatment ready for them? We need the infrastructure. We need the backing of communities. You know, I've heard while we built this treatment center, we're building Marianne Oak, Bruce Oak, Aurora House. You know, I had to negotiate a treatment for my other son at Aurora House at $20,000 a month and negotiate for him to be there for 3 months because we couldn't afford that. You know, Bruce Oak, there is a lot of number of beds for the people that can't afford it. Ann Oak is probably going to be the same thing. There is one place that I know of, and I worked there for 3 years, that takes people from jail off the street at no charge other than what social services will give them for room and board. We need government-funded treatment centers. We need to make that investment in those lives. Because here's what happens when you make investment in those lives. They get better, they become employable, and they pay taxes. And they contribute back into the coffers of society in which helped them in the first place. I am living proof of that. I suffered with addiction for 40 years in my life. I had suffered incredible trauma. But I had to deal with it in order to be able to stand here today and address you. You know, when we're dealing with crystal meth, it's a different demon. My mother was a victim last year, beaten very badly, spent 6 weeks in the hospital with multiple fractures to her pelvis because this individual had a demon to feed. It was crystal meth. And we've tried another experiment called Housing First Project. Built a house on apartment building on Ross in Elgin, right next to a seniors complex, 55 plus, where my mother lived. And I go there often, I see them smoking meth on the steps, you know, shooting up. Right next to, like putting lions next to the lambs. We need to get better as government, and it doesn't matter if you're NDP, PC, or Liberal. This is not partisan. This is not he said, she said. This is coming together, and this is about saving lives, fighting for lives, making the change that's necessary, and making the investments that are necessary. I assure you, if government makes the proper investments into this kind of strategy, you will have community behind you. You will have businesses behind you willing to take the people on that are coming out of treatment centers and they're becoming employable again. But as long as we piecemeal the efforts, we're going to get piecemeal results. I feel sorry for the individual that gets picked up on this 72-hour detainment and then left out sick, hungry, still in a state of psychosis. Now, have we made things worse, or have we made things better? You know, you have some sections in here, involuntary assessments. Well, how about we go further and try compassionate intervention? We do it with people that suffer mental illnesses that aren't have the capacity to make decisions for themselves. I know from my addiction, there was a point in my life where I couldn't make a decision for myself, and I wish somebody would have intervened and said, hey, you got to stop this. I'm going to make that decision for you. How many parents would love to have an act like that where they can actually help their children and make that intervention, but have the spaces? That's why we need the infrastructure. We don't need bill after bill after bill. We need commitment, and on both sides of the floor, not just on one side, and not this he said, she said. And I thank you for your time. It's an honor to be here. Privilege.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Fourier, for your presentation. And congratulations on 40 years. I'm sure which has been a hell of a journey for you and your family, and the utmost respect for what you've gone through and what you shared with us today. I do have a question for you. In your preamble, you had mentioned about offering up some ideas. If you had the opportunity to sit in the minister's office, what would that one or two idea look like in order to make this bill better with your lived experience?
My lived experience?
Oh, just, you're on it. Mr. Joseph Forey.
With my experience, this bill would be effective as a first step of commitment. Follow it up by making sure that the detox was available. I mean, if we're going to just bring, and I don't like that word detain, and then we kind of use that protective care. And if we're going to make that decision to take them into a protective care situation, then we have to have that follow-up with that detox, because detox is going to take about 2 to 3 weeks to get the drugs and get them into the safe thing, and then follow up that. It's a progression. You know, we have to have a starting point and an end point. We have to start becoming a recovery strategy model in our province as opposed to a harm reduction, because this bill, this is just all about harm reduction with the hopes of recovery if they so choose to.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you, Mr. Fourier, for coming and presenting and sharing your story and the advocacy that you do and going and talking to youth. You know, I admire the work that you do and you and your wife do right across the province. I would ask that, you know, in 2019, the Illicit Drug Task Force had asked the previous government to start working on this bill or something like it. Do you think if they had started working on something like this that we would have been further ahead and maybe into more of the treatment space that you're talking about?
Well,
Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Forey. Just wait one moment, please. Mr. Joseph Forey.
I think we can even go further back than that in 2004 when the federal government launched their national drug strategy based on 4 pillars: was enforcement, treatment, education and awareness, and harm reduction. Those were the 4 pillars of their strategy in 2004. And that's when crystal meth was just first coming on the scene, and they were realizing that they were having a real issue with crystal meth. They had to come up with a strategy. Fast forward to 2019, I wasn't in quite of a state of mind to actually know what that government did at that time, but had we taken what was coming seriously, you know, and we had a proactive approach to the whole thing. Now, you said something like this, not particularly this, but something like this. Something like this is good if it's got a means to an end. It's an entry point. And if we have that entry point without a proper exit point, then we're going to do more harm than good. Had the government of 2019 recognized that and acted on it, you know, if we acted as government federally, provincially over the last 20 years in regards to the drug crisis this country facing, maybe my son would be alive today. You know, maybe there would be other people that'd be alive today. Maybe your sister would be alive today. You know, there are so many things that we can do as government. There are so many things that we can do as a community, but if we're not going to be all in, then we should, you know, it seems like we're all out and we just want a piecemeal.
MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Fourier, for your presentation. You've been through a lot. You've seen a lot. You've seen this bill in detail. Do we have the proper resources right now to implement this bill the way it currently sits?
Mr. Forey, would you like to respond?
Not effectively, in my opinion. I think what we'll be doing is it'll just, like I said, 20 beds of people who can't sleep with 3 people looking after them at this point. You know, after 24 hours, are we going to have the psychiatric input to make those determinations, whether longer hurts? I know when I was in a bad way and I wanted to kill myself, I'd go to the hospital and I'd be under 72 hours surveillance. And after that 72 hours, if I was still to harm myself, then I'd be committed for treatment, psychiatric treatment, until I was no longer a threat to kill myself. So how is this any different?
The time for question and answer has expired. Thank you very much for presenting. I will now call on Mr. Patrick Allard. So, Mr. Patrick Allard, please proceed with your presentation.
Thanks for having me. I heard my name called on the floor of the ledge today, so I figured I should show up. I see in the bill it talks about protective care. Item 10, I think it is, remaining voluntarily at a protective care center. An operator may allow a person who is no longer intoxicated to voluntarily remain at the protective care center to achieve additional care or services. I remember watching on the floor, some members of the opposition were asking, what kind of care would that be? Will it be, I think the question was, will there be drugs administered at this site or whatever? And there was no answer. So it'd be nice to know what this additional care and services will be. How long can the people stay? What are they going to get? I heard that this is going to be pushed into Point Douglas again, I live in St. John's, where I ran as an independent candidate in 23, came second. I'll win in 27. This Point Douglas area has a lot of drugs, a lot of crime. There's no politicians that live around here. So it's easy to shove these centers into these neighborhoods. The people came out loud and clear of Point Douglas against this unsafe injection site, rightfully so. And I think this is kind of like a backdoor Trojan horse, if you will, into getting this safe injection site into Point Douglas. I can guarantee you no one would want this site near where they live. And that's a shame because we need help. We need to help people. I don't think 72 hours helps anybody. And frankly, I think you're facing a constitutional challenge on holding someone longer than 24 hours against their will. And I know a thing or two about constitutional challenges and lawsuits. I don't think it's compassionate. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's safe to just pick someone up off the street who's having some real life severe problems. And everybody has these people in their lives. Growing up in the St. John's neighborhood, hanging out in the Point Douglas neighborhood, working in the areas, I've had friends murdered. I've had friends go to jail. I went to St. John's High School, right in the middle. I've had friends overdose over the years of knowing many people. So I know what this, I have a family member who's trying to get into care right now, a young 18-year-old man who aged out of care, CFS care, and now has nowhere to go. There's no resources to actually help people get off drugs. We need messaging around not doing drugs. We all remember the war on drugs in the 80s and 90s with the commercials of the frying egg in the pan. This is your brain on drugs. Why can't we have simple messaging like that? I think it was effective. I think it was very effective. We didn't have the problems as much as we do today. We could put up some billboards. I think it'd be easy to, but the same government that says they want to help people wants to open up injection sites. You can't have both. You're either for drugs or you're against them. I'm against them. Most of the people here, I think everybody here, I think everybody in that chamber is against drugs. So let's help the people. Let's not just take them in and then release them back out to the wolves. And I can tell you, there was an earlier presenter who said, I think he said, at least this is what I understood, the drug dealers will line up right there. That's where the customers are. And that's very predatory. And I think we're allowing that to happen. Let's get people in care for 30 days, 60 days, like an AFM type of deal. Thankfully, I've never had to go through anything like this personally, but hearing from the neighborhood and the people that I grew up with going through it, we need beds, long-term care, messaging that talks about drugs being bad. I'm just referring to my notes, sorry. I don't have I'm not as prepared as some of these wonderful presenters before me. You know, I think a lot of people on the streets, homelessness, addictions, poverty, they're all tied together. People need homes after they get out. Some affordable housing. This is what I do in my private life. Since the election of 23, I've brought 12 affordable suites to the market with private money, no public money. It's all my own. And I rent to people who have some issues in the past. And I've seen people flourish and grow and move on to be a better person. We have hundreds of boarded up vacant homes waiting for people to live in. These could be cleaned up. 1,000 homes could be cleaned up in just a couple months and give people somewhere to go to perhaps after they leave treatment. There's so many steps to getting someone help, and a clean home would do that. And truly affordable homes is these boarded up homes, fixing them up. And I campaigned on that, and it was very positive. And we all don't want to see our neighborhoods boarded up with whiteboards and buildings burning. And Let's put people in these homes. Let's give them something to look forward to when they get out. And just to back touch on the lawsuit there, I think it's important not to waste taxpayer dollars on these constitutional challenges. Keeping someone against their will for 72 hours is I think is illegal, and it would fail at a constitutional test. Get some treatment, get some beds open. During COVID, we were keeping people for 7 days in hotels. So we can get 7 days. Still not enough, in my opinion. I think I'll wrap it up there.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mrs. Schott.
Thank you so much for being here today. As mentioned, this is a unique part of our democracy that isn't common practice in all parts of our country even. So we appreciate you being here and sharing your views. Do you have any specific ideas how to improve the bill or any feedback that we could take back with us?
So Mr. Patrick Allard.
Just a better plan. I mean, 72 hours is not enough to get people help. I think it's important where the facility is. But however, I think even if you put these facilities, and I don't know if the spot has been like nailed down yet, but I think even if put it in Tuxedo, you're going to get rising crime rates because that's where I believe the dealers will show up. We see that outside the unsafe injection sites in different cities. So I just... It sounds funny saying longer time is needed, but it needs to be voluntary as well. So if there's the ability to have someone stay basically as long as they want for future care, that's great. But that should be, I think we should be spending money on recovery beds and not just detox, but actually giving people the chance. 72 hours is nothing. You just... They'll get a clean shower or something to eat, and then they're back out. It's very hard to kick an addiction. So let's put the resources, the money on beds, I guess would be the word. Maybe and 20 beds. I heard someone say that's going to get filled up in like 15 minutes. So let's put our resources and funds into helping people with publicly funded, and I don't speak about publicly funded things too much as a strong conservative, but with publicly funded funds in a facility that will house people for a long time until they're ready to be saved.
MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mr. Allard, for your presentation. My question to you is, do you believe the government has provided enough detail about things like staffing, levels of training, in order to make this program safe and sustainable?
Mr. Patrick Allard.
Well, like most things, government, no. You're going to need increased police presence around here, right? People doing hard drugs are not. You can't just have a couple nurses and a doctor control them. I think we have a nurse on the panel here who's probably dealt with people like this and had to call the police in the hospital. So we're going to put a burden on that force, which is already overburdened because of so many issues. But no, there's not enough. They haven't. We don't even know what's going to happen. So I would just, yeah.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So, Mr. Allard, I just want to thank you for coming out tonight and presenting. And we have put 800 treatment beds into the system. Are you aware that we are putting another 400 into the system? And under the former government, they were selling off social housing They slashed the repair and maintenance budget by 87%. Do you believe that that put people further into addictions because it was put them into survival mode?
Mr. Patrick Allard?
I'd like to know what are these 800 and 400, these 1,200 beds, what are you doing there? Are we giving them drugs or are we trying to get them clean? I don't know that those were added. I'd have to know more as to what's happening in this facility. And I'm a strong opponent against drugs of all kind, not enabling people, just some strong messaging. Crack an egg, this is your brain on drugs.
Thank you. Mr. Wharton.
Thank you. Could I ask the committee if we could take a 5-minute bio/stretch break?
Is there leave for the committee for a 10-minute stretch break? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. So we'll return in 10 minutes. the committee please come back to order? So next on the list is Amy Robinson, and as previously agreed, I will now ask Rena Kisvali. Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your last name, to come forward and read Ms. Robinson's presentation. So Ms. Kisvali, please proceed with the presentation.
It is Ms. Kisvalvi. You got that correct. Thank you very much. In principle, I support legislation that allows time for an individual to be made safe from harm to themselves or to others. Many Winnipeg residents live with the daily stress of witnessing people in distress or at risk of harming themselves or others in public spaces. We want a compassionate and effective response that protects both vulnerable individuals and the surrounding community in which we live. Unfortunately, a poorly implemented plan can be as harmful as having no plan at all, and sometimes worse. The major concern is that this bill is being advanced without clarity on how the protective care centers will operate or what standards will govern their use. We are being asked to trust a process in which the most important operational details will be decided after the legislation has passed. That approach undermines transparency and accountability and leaves communities like ours with no assurance about how these centers will function. A bill of this magnitude should not proceed without a clearly defined regulatory framework and meaningful public consultation beforehand. Once it becomes law, the ability for the public to shape these details is greatly reduced. Beyond who will operate these facilities, we must ask where they will be located and why. Why would a holding or detox center be placed in an area already crippled by open drug use, street-level trafficking, and a high density of social services? When a person leaves such a center, they are immediately confronted by the very substances and environments they were just separated from. Where is the evidence showing that this is an effective or ethical model for recovery? Research into what is sometimes called service concentration theory or service-dependent ghetto formation shows that clustering multiple social service agencies in one neighborhood often compounds the very challenges they are meant to solve. Oversaturation can erode community stability, increases crime, and makes long-term recovery less likely. That is all evident in Point Douglas right now. True recovery models integrate detox, treatment, and reintegration supports in balanced, community-connected settings, not within the same small area already struggling under the tremendous weight of addiction and poverty. Point Douglas residents have experienced this pattern before. I am a 55-year resident of Point Douglas. I just gave my age away. We raised strong concerns when a supervised consumption site was proposed across from a school, near daycares, and in a community already saturated with services. Those voices were clearly not adequately heard, as now, almost the exact same location is again being pushed for this new facility. As a resident, I have also been actively seeking transparency on this matter. I have submitted FIPA requests to the province of Manitoba asking whether any new applications have been made for additional urgent public health needs sites, temporary supervised consumption locations, for example, but have yet to receive a response, despite the timeline set out under access to information legislation. Health Canada has likewise declined to provide answers. This lack of openness surrounding supervised consumption applications only deepens the public's mistrust. When governments and agencies withhold information, it creates the perception that important decisions are being made behind closed doors without accountability or genuine community input. Residents deserve to know the full intent of these initiatives, including whether supervised consumption of any sort, be it alcohol or drug, will occur at any proposed facilities. The way this bill is unfolding or has unfolded leaves many wondering whether it serves as a backdoor attempt to advance a previous agenda without proper consultation. It is deeply discouraging to see a repeat of the same planning mistakes under a different title, because that's the way the Point Douglas residents see this, as a different title. Placing yet another facility serving a similar demographic without long-term recovery or rehabilitation beds attached feels like setting the system up for failure rather than success. It also reinforces the perception that government decisions are being made to our community, not with it. Residents have also expressed concern about how the philosophy of certain service models aligns with community expectations of accountability, safety, and public order. When policies or practices minimize the impact of recurring disorder, theft, or vandalism, it's merely looked at as a survival behavior. It erodes our trust and undermines confidence that the facility will be managed in a way that protects both clients and surrounding residents. A facility designed to hold and stabilize intoxicated individuals for up to 72 hours should be operated under the leadership of healthcare professionals and agencies accountable to medical regulatory bodies, not as an extension of unregulated or loosely supervised social service delivery. The nature of care, medical oversight, and patient safety requires a framework consistent with health legislation, clinical standards, and independent review. With 3 of the proposed sites surrounding Point Douglas, the decisions made under Bill 48 will have real and lasting impacts on neighborhood safety, recovery outcomes, and the overall livability of our community. Here are our recommendations. Number 1, delay final passage of Bill 48 under clear operational standards, oversight structures, and siting criteria are publicly released and reviewed. Number 2, develop regulations concurrently with the bill and subject them to the same level of public and legislative scrutiny. Number 3, require genuine local consultation for every proposed site, including impact assessments and clear mitigation plans. Number 4, ensure every facility links directly to long-term recovery supports, including treatment, housing, and mental health care. Number 5, implement independent oversight and public reporting of outcomes, including safety incidents, community feedback, and recovery matrix. In conclusion, I support the intent of Bill 48 to protect people in crisis and provide alternatives to incarceration. But intent is not enough here. Without transparency, consultation, and evidence-based implementation, the bill will almost certainly deepen the very crises it seeks to solve. We do thank you for your time as residents. As a proud 55-year Point Douglas resident, we do thank you for your time and for considering the perspective of all of our Point Douglas residents who live daily with the consequences of policy decisions made without our input. Respectfully.
So thank you for your presentation. And since Ms. Robinson is not here to answer the questions, well, thank you for reading her presentation, and we will now move on to the next presentation. Thank you. So I will now call on Mr. Braden, and I am apologizing for pronunciation, please correct me, Mazurkowicz? Did I do okay? We're just checking if he's on Zoom. If not, again, Mr. Braden Mazurkowicz. Okay, so we will put his name at the bottom of the list. I will now call on Darren Penner. We're just checking Zoom. Okay, we will drop his name to the bottom of the list as well. I will now call on Ms. Margaret Bryans, who is on Zoom. Okay, so Ms. Margaret Bryans, please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, I guess. My name is, or good evening, I guess. My name is Margaret Bryans. I'm a nurse, and I've worked in the field of harm reduction, substance use, and sexual wellness for the last 25 years. and I am here today to speak against the proposed legislation to increase the detention time under IPTA from 24 to 72 hours. I'm very worried that this legislation further criminalizes substance use in the absence of humane and just policy, as well as services that have demonstrated success in other jurisdictions. I believe that the goals identified by the province will not be met by this change in the legislation and that there are several unintended risks associated with it. I'm certain that existing clinical support for this legislation is dependent on the details around the medical management of people detained under IPTA. Unfortunately, the detail required is absent in the legislation as it's currently presented, and I worry that this leaves it open to misuse and potential harms down the road. Without the explicit clarity in this legislation around how people's rights will be upheld and how they will be assessed, cared for, held, and released safely after a 72-hour period of forced abstinence, there's just too much room for harm for it to be supported as it's currently written. I understand that there's a desire to support people who are experiencing a mental health crisis that may be related to their substance use, but I'm very unclear about why this support needs to happen under detention. Police and designated officers should not be able to decide to hold people for up to 3 days. They should not be the ones determining sobriety, especially in the complex context of co-occurring disorders. And this legislation kind of feels like a way to bypass the checks and balances created by the Mental Health Act that aims to protect people from potential abuse of power in detention when they have committed no crime. I'm concerned about the way that the ethical principle of autonomy may be compromised under this legislation. And I'm worried that these concerns are seen as something that will be rolled out in practice. But without explicitly describing that in this legislation, it feels very open to interpretation, and with that, a high risk of harm and rights violations. The legislation, as it's currently written, does not appear, at least to me, to provide absolute clarity around who is responsible to determine whether a person can be released or not. I'm concerned that this legislation is written is not clear enough to assume that there will be comprehensive medical management. Most of what is described here relates to determining inebriation and potentially requiring involuntary assessments. And I also don't understand why this legislation is required when physicians can use the existing Mental Health Act to support things like an involuntary assessment. It feels like this legislation is attempting to create a care pathway that already exists, although perhaps not practically given the under-resourcing of community resources, in particular those that are Indigenous-led. And just to be clear, like many of my colleagues, I also find the Mental Health Act to be challenging to my ethics as a clinician and citizen. Finding the balance between autonomy and beneficence is a complex ethical development. And as you may know, there are ongoing and existing ethical debates about involuntary admission under mental health acts all over the place. It should be and typically is considered an absolute last resort to impose care on someone who does not want it. And for non-medical people, it typically requires significant evidence and the approval of a magistrate, for sure here for a Form 1. Bypassing even these few checks and balances so that police or whoever the state identifies as a designated officer can potentially detain people for a period of 24 to 72 hours without clarity on how people will be monitored for intoxication, withdrawal symptoms, mental health crises, as mentioned in the news today, and physical health, but also fundamentally for their rights, feels irresponsible. And the questions that I have in the short time I've had to consider this legislation are centered in part around my concern about detaining people who have committed no crime. Questions include, how is this legislation considered the rights of a person who has a mental illness and declines additional care while in detention under IPTA? Both the Canadian Centre for Substance Use and Addiction and the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health state that a methamphetamine high typically only lasts for up to 12 hours. So when people are sober after 12 hours, are they allowed to decline care? Does that mean they can be discharged at the 12-hour mark, the 24-hour mark? If they're sober, is it legal to hold them an additional 2 days if somebody at the protection center thinks they also have a mental illness? To be clear, as far as I can know, mental illness and declining healthcare alone is not typically enough to form someone under the Mental Health Act. And so knowing that, I'm concerned about where we're going with this legislation. And then aside from the ethical and rights-based concerns I've talked about a little bit here, there are several additional issues that I feel have not been fully considered in this change to the legislation. This idea around the length of time people are typically high on meth is interesting because according to CAMH and CCSA, meth highs usually last up to 12 hours. And anecdotally, the people that I work with who use meth tell me that it's much less time. And that's actually been my experience as well, working in community with people who use drugs. A 24-hour hold should be long enough in that context. For folks who are using chronically and who are more likely to experience binge and crash cycles, potentially psychosis or hallucinations, it's unclear to me how an additional 48 hours of forced detention and abstinence would support recovery rather than having those people taken care of under the Mental Health Act or under a healthcare system. How will a 3-day hold provide for these folks? How will it transition them into a system that currently has far longer waits for care for people who do want treatment and support voluntarily? Given the historical and current under-resourcing of addiction services, this increase in detention time feels far more punitive than supportive. When this government took office, they mandated the opening of a safer consumption site that is yet to materialize. But now there's a belief that additional detention is the route to address this crisis. I'm feeling confused. Given what I assume you folks know from talking to the clinicians that you've spoken to, that absolute outset of 12 hours to sober up from meth, people who are in crisis in detention beyond 12 hours are probably people who are experiencing withdrawal or potentially a mental health crisis. And given the large amounts of benzodiazepines found in much of the meth being drug checked these days, I'm also worried about withdrawal risks associated with those drugs in particular. These folks may require healthcare intervention, not detention under IPDA. People who use drugs do have a right to refuse care, and people in crisis also have the right to refuse care if they're not at risk of harming themselves and others. What does that mean in this context? I worry that some of the provincial thinking around this legislation is born out of a false understanding of how long a drug high typically lasts and the rights of people to make choices that we may not agree with. People with and without mental health or mental illness have the right to make choices that others may not like. That's sort of part of the world that we live in. We don't all have to agree with the choices that people are making, unless there's like a risk to other folks or themselves or public health concern. Fundamentally, I'm confused about why the province would not look to using existing mechanisms to provide this care and fund them. Like a voluntary pathway where you're fed and medically supported to withdraw for 72 hours and then you get access to clinical recovery service seems magical and wonderful and would be used for certain, and probably doesn't need involuntary service. Instead, we're creating a scenario that entrenches detainment over intervention. We don't have timely access to care for those who are voluntarily seeking it, never mind using IPDA to try to force a pathway. Second, I understand that part of the concern is around public safety, but people detained under IPDA have typically not committed a crime beyond perhaps public intoxication. And people who use drugs should not have to experience forced detention because the healthcare system is burdened and police don't like waiting long hours in emergency for medical clearance. IPDA should never be seen as a solution to this. Forced detention is not the route to better access to create better access to healthcare and support. Keeping people who are no longer high in detention against their will when they've not committed a crime does not consider the potential impact on work, ability to provide care to children, other dependents. I am left with so many questions and I hope that there is time to pause this legislation and reflect. I have lots of questions, but I see that I'm coming down to the 1-minute mark. So I just want to say that fundamentally, I believe that this government wants to see the best for the people that they serve, and I understand that this legislation is an attempt to make positive change. Unfortunately, it has a lot of risks, including the risk of drug poisoning when people come out and have reduced their tolerance to substances is something that I'm thinking about a lot. Even right now, when people come out of detention, they're at higher risk for drug poisoning because they have not been using for a certain amount of time. So it's a thing to consider really clearly what is going to happen when people are discharged after 72 hours of forced abstinence. I really hope we can slow this down and rethink it so that the people who it is meant to help aren't harmed in the process. Criminalizing substance use harms people who use drugs, and it doesn't really help them get better. And I'm really hoping that there's a way to shift the thinking a little bit or take another look at the legislation to figure out how it can be changed to be more in alignment with the sort of values around supporting people who use drugs. So thanks for your time today. I appreciate it very much.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? I am seeing no questions. Oh, MLA Bariza.
Ms. Bryans, thank you so much for taking the Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Bryans, for talking to us as a nurse about what's missing here today. And I really appreciate your comments. Thank you so much.
Ms. Margaret Bryans, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you. To be really clear, I am just someone who really wants to make sure that we're talking to people who use drugs about things that will impact them. And I've spoken to lots of people in the community that I work with who've talked about opportunities and solutions and ideas around how to shift things and what will and will not work. And in particular, how we can think about this legislation understanding the dynamics of substance use in the community, because I think that's a thing that we're missing a little bit here as well.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I want to thank you, Ms. Bryans, for coming and presenting and taking the time out of your day to come and present language.
Ms. Bryans, you have opportunity to respond. Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, we will move on to the next presenter. Thank you very much, Ms. Bryans. I will now call on Mr. Robert Russell. Okay, so we will drop his name to the bottom. I will now call on, I believe, is it Mix Levi Foy? So Mix Levi Foy, please proceed with your presentation.
Hello, thank you very much for this time. Good evening, everyone. And you know, I don't envy any of the positions that any of you are in. This is remarkably, I think tonight has really showed us like the complexities and the impact that you know, even discussions around substance use can have in this province. On that note, my name is Levi Foy. I'm the executive director of Sunshine House. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with Sunshine House, we operate a broad range of programs that focus on harm reduction and social inclusion. We provide drop-in programming, comprehensive 2S LGBTQIA+ housing supports, cultural programming, and of course, mobile overdose prevention services. We do our best every day to meet people where they're at from a person-centered approach, and the people who choose Sunshine House are beautiful, they're brilliant, and they're extremely resourceful. One of the central tenets of the organization is safety. As an organization, we take our relationship with this word very seriously. Our commitment to safety requires us to consider the multitudes of meaning and nuance in this word. Safety is contextual, it is relative, and it is thus conflictual. For us, our work safety means the ability to provide people in the space to be themselves free of judgment, free of persecution, free of harm, and free of violence. In order to achieve safety, we must embody care and be a good relation to everyone who walks through our doors or comes to our windows. Safety in our spaces must coexist with peace and have a healthy relationship with risk and danger. Safety is often presented as diametrically opposed to danger. We do not at Sunshine House always hold to this definition because framing that immediately makes an individual a threat and absolves us of our responsibility and commitment to try and create safety. My primary concern today is the absence of definitions of safety and danger and the insistence on safety as opposed to danger in this bill. Public discourse around this bill presents people who use drugs as an inherent threat to someone else's safety. People who use drugs, and particularly methamphetamines, are not unsafe to be around. At Sunshine House, we know this. In this calendar year, we have had 111,539 visits to our programs and services. With that number, 6,500 people have used consumption services at our mobile overdose prevention site. In all of these points of contact with community members who may or may not be intoxicated, we have had to intervene in 97 overdose or toxic drug events. And in In our over 111,000 visits, there were only 11 reported incidences of violence on the part of community members towards our staff and of staff towards community members. For today's conversation, I would like everyone on this committee to reflect on those numbers. Of all of our interactions with community members, 0.001% involved violence. I am aware that sometimes in the work we do require additional interventions to support community. But this bill does not prioritize safety for the communities that we work with. This bill, in its introduction at this time, increases stigma towards people who use drugs and may empower a system that treats our communities as dangers and an inherent threat to safety. I have spent many hours contemplating the merits and the future challenges that Bill 48 presents. It is difficult not to draw a line to the daily unfolding of fascism 1 hour south of the border of us. In the steamrolling of rights and freedoms around the world, 2S LGBTQIA+ people and those experiencing houselessness are the first to be targeted under poor definitions of safety and manufactured ideas of danger. I worry that rushed legislation will create a precedent that will be used against us and me in the future. I worry that the 2025 version of vagrancy laws present in this discussion, in Winnipeg's encampment ban, will further embolden those who wish to create harm to the people that I love. I am concerned that the government's first response to housing and drugs crises is to lock people up with less oversight and fewer rights. I believe that there are a lot of options and more room for creativity and collaboration. Thank you so much. I believe that there are a lot of options and more room for creativity and collaboration to develop something unique and responsive to challenges being faced, real or imagined, by individuals, by neighborhoods, and by organizations. Before jumping to increasing detention powers and capacity, we could and should expand mobile crisis outreach, providing person-centered, culturally affirming care. We can and should expand supervised consumption services in the form of overdose prevention services and bricks and mortar supervised consumption sites. We should continue to expand detox and treatment options for individuals. In preparation for this speech, I spoke with several of the staff and people who choose Sunshine House to get their thoughts on this bill. One community described their experience in IPTA as being humiliating. They didn't want to use the washroom. They didn't want to shower. They just wanted a shower and they just wanted to go home and go to bed. I asked if in that moment, would you have been open to conversations about further detox and treatment? And their response was, hell no. I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. I am hopeful that the first proposed site considers this and considers all of the implications, particularly for gender diverse and trans individuals who might be detained in these spaces. Community members tell us that in the process of detention, they are often separated from their belongings, meaning they come out of detention missing shoes, socks, warm clothing, their bags that may or may not have their IDs, any access to their income through their debit cards. All of these things, many of these things go missing in the detention process. MOPS, our staff have said that when they see individuals come out of IPTA, that they try to monitor them more carefully because their tolerance for substances or the risks of them having to catch up to their friends are increased. And so as a result, this increases their risk of overdose. Longer holds will pose more real risk for community members and our teams who might be detained for longer times and have longer catch-up times and who are also experiencing acute withdrawal. It is very important for us to be designing policy that reflects the simple reality that it is impossible to legislate drug use out of our existence. We all need to rethink our relationship with substance use, particularly in the face of climate anxieties, economic realities, and imminent social change. I will close this with a story about a photograph. It was sent to me a few weeks ago, and it showed 2 Sunshine House staff on the ground administering CPR and naloxone to an individual who was overdosing. Surrounding these 2 staff members were 8 members of Winnipeg Police Services, 6 uniformed cadets and 2 uniformed police officers. The community member in the photo was revived and got up. Though they refused additional medical care, we did see them again later that day, alive, thanks to the efforts of MOP staffs and community members who alerted us. The WPS employees on the scene did not impede, they did not intervene, nor did they follow up or provide any additional support in that moment. They were there to witness, I suppose. Perhaps if things went awry, maybe they would have been able to call in extra resources. But like most days at Sunshine House, none of that is necessary. The photo tells many stories. One immediate takeaway was frustration about the availability and the allocation of resources. We need to look at other ways of interventions first, and then having involuntary detainment as a possible last resort option. I hope that my presence here today and the words that I have shared help our legislators consider the immense potential to envision and to create a framework for a system of humane person-centered care that is almost impossible in a jail cell. I do not envy the immense challenge ahead of you, for all of you, to take into all of the perspectives that have been brought here tonight. It is incredible, and I'm very, very fortunate to hear all of the stories that were shared this evening. Miigwech.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mrs. Hebert.
Thank you very much for coming today, and I see that a lot of the good work that your organization does, and so thank you for taking care of our loved ones and those that need the extra help. You had just made a comment about how you would like to see more recovery and treatment. Could you expand on that? What would you, if you could have, or if it could be what you want, what would it look like?
Mix Levi Foy.
Thank you. I think that's a very good question. For me personally, one of the biggest challenges that we face when we're referring the folks that we work with into the current available options is that there's still a lot of stigma around people who might be living with HIV, and there's not a lot of facilities that are appropriate for people who are trans, non-binary, or who are 2S LGBTQIA+. And so having more dedicated facilities and support services available for that. We recently just started a program that works in tandem with all of our programs that helps support people, 2S LGBTQIA+ people who are entering into detox, and help them get through that process. And we've seen that the success rate of having somebody having an outside source in the current system has really, really improved, and having that and being able to do that. So providing more different types of approaches to what the continuum of care can look like is really, really important.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thanks, Mix Levi Foy, for coming and presenting, and all of your work that all of the staff does at Sunshine House with MOPS, and all of the life-saving work that you do. You know, you're making an impact right across Winnipeg, and you know, we're very thankful for the partnerships that we have with you, with Your Way Home, with MOPS. And we certainly look forward to our continued partnership and the work that we do in terms of expanding that and getting people supports that they need in terms of HIV and trans and LGBTQIA folks.
Mix Levi Foy, would you like to respond?
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to be able to enter into conversation and the willingness for people to kind of listen to the difficulties that sometimes we face. But at the end of the day, it's all, I get to go to work and I get to smile every day, and I get to work with people, and I get to see people kind of migrate through the myriad of challenges that living in this contemporary world poses. So thank you for your support.
Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Mr. Foy, for your presentation and the work that you do. As my colleague alluded to, it's important work, and we really appreciate what you're doing. I guess my question is, you had made a couple of comments about does not include certain safety provisions, and you felt that the legislation was rushed. With the work you've done, you have ample experience to obviously work with the government on developing a plan that would fit all issues that are concerns that come forward with respect to drug addiction. Were you consulted by the government?
Mix Levi Foy.
Thank you. Yes, we were. Yeah. I think one of the things, again, I think we all can recognize that the timelines on this particular bill have been pretty tight, And so we haven't actually had the opportunity to sit down and kind of do the follow-up on all those conversations, which is why I felt that it was really important to come here and explicitly state these concerns on the record. Yes, so we were consulted, and these were kind of the lingering questions that we had.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
So again, Mixed Levi Foy, I just want to say that pronouns are very important. I just want to stress that point to our members on the other side, because, stigma and, people coming forward to access services, that's one of the reasons people don't come forward, and making sure that people are using the proper pronouns. But again, I just want to stress how important it is that we have access to those services, and that we have people that are providing those services, and that there's people on the front lines that understand and that come from, those perspectives and that can relate. And, I want to thank everyone that works at Sunshine House for the work that you do, because it's life-changing, life-saving, and we can't thank you enough, because without your work...
Minister's time has expired for the question. Is there leave for Ms. Foy to provide a response? Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity again. I will say, I thank you for that recognition of pronouns, but I will say something in Mr. Wharton's defense. We do know each other from a previous life. and so Mr. Wharton only knew me as, Mr. Levi Foy, so.
So thank you very much. The time for question and answer has expired. So I will now call on Executive Director Kate Schoberg, who is on Zoom. Executive Director Kate Schoberg, number 15 on presenter list. And so Executive Director Kate Schoberg, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, and hello, Minister Smith. And I just want to offer, I've regretted some of the comments that have been personal and, in my opinion, abusive towards you as a person. And I just want to thank you for your grace in continuing to operate in the meeting so professionally. To everyone today, I want to start my comments by referring to the Virgo report, Improving Access and Coordination of Mental Health and Addiction Services, a Provincial Strategy for All Manitobans, and its direction. You'll recall that at the time of publishing, the previous government was criticized by members of the current government for a leak of a version of the report that included mention of a safe consumption site. I share the concerns of other speakers today who are speaking to the need to uphold access to health care like safe consumption sites before extending current measures that detain or remove choice. To respect time, my reference to the report will be far from exhaustive, but instead reference a few sections and then offer concerns about today's proposal linked to these highlights. The Virgo report lists 10 core characteristics for a high-performing substance use and mental health system. Included in the 10 are appropriateness, anti-stigma, continuity of services, equity, effectiveness, and safety. As many of you are aware, the report also includes feedback from stakeholders, which is compiled into themes related to specific needs. Some of the themes mentioned include significant challenges with respect to intergenerational trauma of colonization and residential schools experience, and the parallel lack of supports for trauma, including PTSD. The report identifies that this is a concern for reserve communities. However, we observe this lack in Winnipeg as well. Common reports of extremely high opioid addiction in Indigenous communities, compounding problems with alcohol and other drugs, such as crystal meth and cocaine. Challenges were identified in accessing withdrawal management services, as well as ORT, due to a lack of such resources within a reasonable distance. Racism and discrimination experienced at many levels, but most frequently expressed in terms of long and unsupportive waits in the province's emergency departments and other health services. In my final references to the report, I want to highlight some of the recommendations. This section identifies preferred principles, including that services be welcoming and respectful, person and family centered, culturally relevant, harm reduction focused, evidence informed, trauma informed, high quality and innovative, and accountable. The recommendations also point strongly to the need to reduce disparity in the existing care when it comes to socioeconomic background. So I'll shift now to my own reflections on the proposal being discussed today. I don't find in my review of the Virgo report that this particular measure would be high on the list of recommendations if recommended at all. We've not heard that the decision is based on evidence, and the description of the proposed service does not meet expectations for care that is trauma-informed nor grounded in harm reduction. We've not heard that those who have experienced IPTA or YASU nor their families were consulted. We've not seen an appropriate effort to ensure that barriers to care identified in Virgo and elsewhere have been accomplished. This is a critical point. It's no secret that racialized Manitobans continue to report a differential experience when accessing care, and this ongoing experience influences the extent to which many seek care at all during times of need. Throughout my time serving people experiencing homelessness, previously at MSP and now at Ray, I've encountered Manitobans who continually self-discharge from hospital care, for example, when they were palliative or in the middle of cancer treatment, and rely instead on the care of community and shelter workers or self-manage in an encampment. I remember an elder who had a toe amputated with inadequate pain management who refused to seek support from medical professionals. For these Manitobans, this was the best available choice given their historic and ongoing treatment experience inside of hospitals, clinics, and with paramedics. Self-medication that can lead to psychosis would be unnecessary for these Manitobans if the health system made the changes necessary to rebuild the trust needed for them to seek and comply with professional care. The Virgo report also advocates anti-stigma. We are in a moment of heavy stigmatization of people experiencing homelessness. Members will recall a recent story regarding an encounter between Collège Jean Sauvé students and someone living in an encampment. Media reports on the event left out commentary from neighbors who had observed ongoing harassment of this individuals by students and had reported their concerns to the school. It also left out their concerns that this individual had been unfairly characterized as dangerous in the media, when in their ongoing observation, the school had multiple opportunities to intervene in the student's dangerous and threatening behavior and prevent escalation, and had not adequately responded. Winnipeggers are currently receiving ongoing messaging from officials regarding restrictions on encampments, available police and police-adjacent responses to the concerns of housed Winnipeggers, as well as messaging regarding events like the above that too often omit key information, including comment from the people involved, by which I mean homeless individuals. This unduly cues the public to seek carceral responses like today's proposal, instead of measures that align with trauma-informed and harm reduction practice. Also measures that are more appropriate and, by the way, cheaper. On the matter of stigma, we need to consider who's currently referred to protective care and who's not. Overwhelmingly, those admitted to IPTA are racialized and poor and also tend to be homeless. This is true even though we observe public intoxication from people across socioeconomic backgrounds throughout the city. And due to the oversubscription of treatment programs throughout the province, many admitted to IPTA may very well have sought treatment but were denied access. As mentioned to the Assistant Deputy Minister in a meeting with community earlier this week, we are concerned about life safety with this proposal. Indeed, people admitted to IPTA have died in the past. In one example, a community member experienced recent head trauma that was not observed by those admitting them, nor the medical staff conducting the assessment, due to the under-resourced assessment of the injury. The combination of lack of evidence-based medical knowledge in this proposed expansion of the Act, combined with ongoing evident public stigma, leads to credible concerns that we are set up for similar tragedy. I need to also share my experience with at least one IPTA participant who was admitted during a weekend when they were visiting Winnipeg with friends. The separation from their group meant that they were unable to get a ride back to their community and therefore were stranded and homeless over multiple days, a situation made more difficult by the individual's overall lack of funds and access to a phone. We need to clock unintended consequences that can result from policy measures and apply, for example, an MMIWG lens in our analysis. In my discussions with my colleagues at RAE, a repeated observation on this policy expansion and other recent policy decisions has come forward that they seem to be made with a view to attend to public perception of what is happening rather than ensure appropriate care for those suffering the most. It is uncomfortable to observe people who are suffering. However, we need to make sure that remedies serve the actual needs of the people in question rather than the discomfort of the observers. I urge that steps going forward revisit the former. Thanks so much for your attention.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Okay. Honorable Ms. Smith.
Ms. Schoberg, I just wanted to thank you for coming and taking the time to come and present to committee and sharing your presentation and the work that you do at RAE and the work that you've done at MSP and your years that you've done in community and the advocacy that you've done. So thank you for all of your work. Miigwech.
Executive Director Schoberg, would you like to respond?
Thanks so much for hearing us today. I appreciate it.
MLA Bariza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Executive Director Schoberg, thank you so much for your input tonight on this. You had mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you had some conversations with a deputy minister, I believe it was. One of the questions I have, because we've been looking for answers to questions, and I'm hoping maybe you can help me out with it, is a protective care unit. Was it discussed what a protective care unit is?
Executive Director Schoberg.
I'm not sure that we got into that detail in that conversation.
MLA Bariza.
Thank you, Executive Director Schoberg, for coming tonight, for your presentation, and thank you for your insight.
Executive Director Schoberg, would you like to respond?
No, thanks so much. Good night.
All right, seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you. I will now call on Lori English, who is on Zoom. So Lori English, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, committee. I want to introduce myself. My name is Lori English, and I'm the Executive Director at the West Central Women's Resource Center. As an organization, we support women and gender diverse folks who, in many ways, are pushed into the margins of society. We do housing and outreach work, gender-based violence work, and we work every day to support the basic needs and human dignity of the people who come through our doors. We also work every day with people who use drugs. One of the fundamental guiding principles of the work that we do to support community is to work with a deep commitment to the principles of harm reduction. We believe in autonomy, we believe in choice, and we believe in protecting people's human rights. This bill proposes to extend the reach of the Intoxicated Persons Detention Act to allow individuals to be detained for up to 72 hours if they are deemed to be a danger to themselves or others. The stated intention behind this bill is that it will increase safety and provide an avenue for people who use drugs to connect to detox and treatment services. For many reasons, I do not believe that this bill will achieve these outcomes. I do believe that this government genuinely wants to provide increased supports for people who use drugs, who are unsheltered, and who are struggling with their mental health. In particular, I want to acknowledge Minister Smith, for whom I know this is a deeply personal issue. I have been horrified to hear some of the comments shared tonight particularly those directed at you, Minister, and I extend my sincere care and concern for you having to be subjected to these abusive statements. It is with this belief that government has good intentions that I implore you to please listen tonight with open hearts to the feedback that many of us in the nonprofit sector are providing on this bill. I'm grateful to my many colleagues who will speak to this issue tonight more eloquently than I will. But I believe we share a common goal to increase safety for all Manitobans, including people who use drugs. I would ask the committee to reconsider the approach that has been presented. I have to say that at first I was surprised and disheartened to see Bill 48 when it was presented. I was disappointed to learn that it had moved forward with limited consultation with agencies who hold expertise in this work, and most importantly, without adequate consultation with people who use drugs. As you are aware, legislation can have significant impacts on how people live their lives, and when we implement legislation that has the potential to cause tremendous harm, it is in everyone's interest to ensure that all stakeholders, especially those who will be most deeply impacted, are consulted. The change raises many concerns for us as an organization. Detaining people against their will for 72 hours constitutes a violation of fundamental human rights, including the right to autonomy and freedom from arbitrary detention. It perpetuates stigma against people who use drugs, actually risks discouraging people from seeking help, and diverts resources away from evidence-based interventions. Detaining individuals for substance use involuntarily is a harmful and ineffective response and actually increases the risk of fatal overdose, as we've already heard. Evidence shows that forced withdrawal and treatment does not lead to sustained recovery, and in many cases increases the likelihood of overdose after release, due to people having reduced drug tolerance upon release after the withdrawal period. We firmly believe that the proposed changes to this legislation will result in the deaths of Manitobans. While we recognize that greater supports are needed in community to assist those who wish to seek treatment, we do not currently have a sufficient number of detox beds or sufficient treatment beds for people who are voluntarily seeking treatment. Often, once a community member reaches out to us for support, we have to tell them to wait days or weeks for a detox bed, and even worse, there is often a gap between detox and treatment that does not support successful recovery. It feels somewhat counterintuitive to force people into withdrawal before we even have options available to offer further support should they want that. It is also important that we apply a gender lens to this legislation. Meth is a common drug of choice for women who are unsheltered and who are precariously housed. It keeps them awake, which reduces the chances of them being assaulted. It keeps them warm, and it staves off hunger. Women and gender diverse folks are less likely to access spaces like shelters because of the perceived and real risks of violence that they may face there. This often means that they will be in public spaces where they feel safer. This puts them at high risk of being detained against their will. We also know that women face unique and compounded harms and are more likely to experience trauma in these settings. It also remains unclear to me how this bill will address things like sexual violence at the hands of intoxicated men after sporting events, which is a well-known risk to women and gender diverse people. Should we expect to see enforcement officers outside sporting venues? It is imperative that we consider how women and gender diverse people will be differently impacted by this bill. It was surprising to me that this kind of space could be mobilized in the rapid timeframe that it is, despite the fact that we are still waiting for movement on a supervised consumption site 2 years after the mandate was issued. Supervised consumption sites are a critical part of compassionate, evidence-based response. They provide a safe, non-judgmental environment where individuals can use substances under medical supervision, access health services, and connect with supports, without fear of arrest or stigma. And supervised consumption sites would better serve to reduce safety risks to people who use drugs and the wider community than a detention site will. I want to reference a comment that was made earlier about the success of the War on Drugs campaign. In 2024, the United Nations Human Rights Chief called on countries to radically rethink global drug policy, calling the war on drugs an approach that destroyed countless lives and damaged entire communities. He states that, and I quote, "The evidence is clear. The so-called war on drugs has failed completely and utterly, and prioritizing people over punishment means less lives." Sorry, and prioritizing people over punishment means more lives will be saved. I would note further that the deepest impacts of the harm felt by the war on drugs were Black and Indigenous communities. Instead, he notes that instead of punitive measures, we need gender-sensitive and evidence-based drug policies grounded in public health. He goes on to note that inclusive access to voluntary medical care and social services, with an emphasis on harm reduction, should be essential parts of any policy moving forward. I think we can agree that what we are seeing in Manitoba is a crisis, but it is not a meth or a drug crisis. It is a trauma crisis. It is a housing crisis. It is a public health crisis. We must respond in ways that meet the underlying causes of the challenges we are facing, not with more punitive or carceral measures. We cannot police or punish our way out of this. We must invest in voluntary, community-based, Indigenous-led, and peer-led supports that prioritize health, human rights, and social inclusion. Harm reduction is not only humane, it is evidence-based, compassionate, and effective in saving lives. I believe strongly that we can work together to find solutions to support our relatives who use drugs in a person-centered way, and I implore the committee to reconsider moving this legislation forward. Thank you for giving me some time to speak tonight.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Okay, I am not seeing any questions. So thank you very much. Oh, MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much, Lori, for your presentation and your words tonight, and again, your insight and your expertise that you've brought here tonight. You've given us lots of information here. And again, it's 9:30 at night, and I appreciate you taking the time and spending your evening here with us. Thank you very much.
Oh, Lori English, would you like to respond?
I'll just say thank you again for the opportunity.
The Honorable Ms. Smith.
Lori, and Ms. English, I just want to thank you for coming and presenting. I want to thank you for all of the work that you do around, housing folks, around making sure that gender diverse have access to housing, to supports, to the wraparound supports that you are providing, to the outreach services that you provide. We are really thankful for the partnerships that we have with your organization. I do have one question, though, around housing and the impacts that the former government had on the selling off, the de-investments in social housing, and what that created in terms of people being unhoused and women having to go into survival mode.
Sorry, the
and the addictions.
Minister's time has expired for asking a question. Ms. Lori English, would you like to respond?
Yes, thanks so much, Minister, for the question. I think we have seen the effects of a de-investment in social housing. And one of the biggest things that we're pushing for as an organization, and have been for 2 decades, is for greater investments in social housing. We know that women and gender diverse folks are disproportionately affected by a lack of social housing being available to them. And that is when we see folks at greater risk of falling into substance use, into becoming victims of violence, into going missing and being murdered. We know that there's a direct line to be drawn to between a lack of housing and this kind of violence that we see against women and gender diverse folks. So we're very grateful to see a shift in policy. We're very grateful to see a commitment on the part of this government to invest in those resources again. And we know that it will take time to get us out of the hole that we are currently in.
Okay, I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much, Ms. Lori English. Oh, Minister Moyes.
Can you ask for leave if we could reprioritize the list to those folks that are with us in the room?
So is there leave to reprioritize the presenter list to the folks who are present with us in person?
Agreed.
Mr. Wharton.
Can I have a little bit more clarity on that leave ask, please? Because we have a list in front of us. Are we adding people to the list, or can I have a little bit more clarity, please, Honorable Chair?
I believe and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have some folks who are here in person in the building, in the room. And the request is that we prioritize the folks on this list. We're not adding people, but the ones who are already on the list that are physically here, that we see their presentations before we go to the folks that are on Zoom. Does that make?
In the same order.
But in the same order. Okay, that's agreed. I will now call on Mr. Nick Casper. So Mr. Nick Casper, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Standing Committee. My name is Nick Casper, President of the United Firefighters of Winnipeg. I'm here today representing over 1,600 active and retired firefighters and firefighter paramedics who protect our city 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I'm proud to appear before you to join leadership in law enforcement and healthcare in support of Bill 48. I want to thank the Honourable Minister Smith for her courage in bringing forward this overdue legislation. I'd like to acknowledge the personal impact addiction has had on your own family. I also want to thank all the members of the legislature for your thoughtful consideration and your commitment to public service for all Manitobans. I'd like to recognize my colleagues in healthcare, physicians, nurses, and allied health professionals who continue to rely on evidence, data, and compassion to drive change. Finally, I'd like to thank members of the public and representatives in the gallery today for taking the time to attend and share your thoughtful and passionate submissions. I've served the city of Winnipeg as a firefighter paramedic for 18 years. We're Canada's busiest emergency service, responding to approximately 3 times the calls per capita, with half the resources of other major cities like Vancouver, Calgary, and Toronto. The majority of my career has been served in Winnipeg's downtown and North End neighborhoods, responding on our busiest apparatus. To put that into perspective, the busiest emergency vehicle in Vancouver's downtown east side, the Hastings community we heard about earlier today, would rank 8th in Winnipeg. That means they respond to thousands fewer calls than half a dozen of our apparatus. That's the overwhelming scale of the demand we're facing today here in our community. Alongside my fire service role, for nearly 2 decades, I've worked as an advanced care paramedic on ground ambulance, as well as fixed and rotary wing flight paramedic on medevac aircraft across Manitoba. Over the course of my career, I've responded to tens of thousands of calls for help, witnessing firsthand the loss and devastation caused by addiction on unparalleled proportions. These firsthand experiences have motivated me to commit my career to doing everything I could for the patients that I serve. I became the first Winnipeg firefighter to be registered as an advanced care paramedic, later earning a health sciences degree focused on how traditional emergency response systems can evolve into preventative upstream community paramedicine models now deployed across Canada. There is no question, community paramedicine improves patient outcomes while reducing healthcare costs. I've led projects for the WFPS Service Quality and Patient Safety Branch, completed the National Association of EMS Physicians Quality Improvement and Safety Patient Safety Program, obtained certification through the Institute for Healthcare Improvement. 5 years ago, I was appointed to the College of Paramedics Council, serving as Vice Chair, Chair of Governance and Appointments and Appeals Committee. My mix of frontline experience, academic study, and regulatory oversight gives me clear, evidence-based understanding of what's working and what's not. Addiction knows no boundaries. It affects every neighborhood, every income level, every family. It's touched my own family, and I speak today not only as a firefighter, paramedic, healthcare regulator, and labor leader, but as someone who loves a family member living with addiction. When our crews respond to an overdose, we aren't treating strangers. We're caring for someone's son, daughter, parent, or partner, and sometimes one of our own. Bill 48 recognizes the humanity of these patients while giving healthcare providers the tools and time we need to keep them alive long enough to receive treatment and support. This is not new ground. It's a long update, long overdue. When I began my career almost 20 years ago, the Intoxicated Persons Detention Act had already existed for 2 decades. It was designed for a different time when intoxicants meant alcohol or solvents. Its purpose was to let police hold someone safely until they sobered up. Those were the days of the drunk tank. Back then, opiate overdoses were rare. Narcan was a word in a textbook, not a tool on every truck. And today, our reality is unrecognizable. Synthetic opiates, methamphetamine, polysubstance use drive call volumes. It's now common for a single crew to administer Narcan in excess of half a dozen times in one shift, often to the same patient twice. These changes have not occurred overnight, and those on the front lines, these welcome changes are far from rushed and instead long overdue. We now encounter drug-induced psychosis, delirium, violent agitation, extreme behavior crisis every shift. The law guiding our response simply hasn't evolved, leaving responders, clinicians, and patients exposed to risk and uncertainty. In my time, I've personally used the Intoxicated Persons Detention Act in its current form to ensure thousands of patients under my direct care receive the most appropriate and timely access to continued monitoring, ongoing treatment, and follow-up care. And I have to tell you, there is one guiding principle when selecting this transport destination and clinical outcome, and that's patient safety. Let me be clear, this is not our only destination option. It's a case-by-case clinical decision made based on an objective assessment, patient condition, and the lack of capacity to refuse care. What does that mean to me? It means if I watch somebody walk away and they die after I've assessed them and determined them to be a risk to themselves, I have to live with that. And that's not an acceptable or reasonable expectation to put on anyone in the medical industry. Today's approach is medical, it's regulated, it is not punitive. Regulated healthcare professionals follow strict clinical guidelines, on-scene assessment, and monitoring precede any transfers to the detoxification center. Thank you. Upon arrival, an on-site community paramedic reassesses each patient prior to admission, monitors them continuously, and initiates emergency transfer if they deteriorate. These are healthcare facilities, not holding cells. They're staffed by regulated professionals providing structured medical care. Yet despite these improvements, the current legal detention timeframe no longer fits medical reality. We acknowledge many patients require longer observation for withdrawal, stabilization, or mental health assessments. The existing limits force premature release, sometimes with fatal consequences. If we fail to act, we will continue to see avoidable loss of life. I've heard many concerns and criticisms surrounding the proposed location. While I empathize with and respect the position of community activists concerned over the challenges facing some neighborhoods, I want to be clear. The principle behind all successful community paramedic models is simple. It's mobile healthcare providers trained and equipped to deliver the right care at the right time in the right place. This was the rationale for and continues to be critical to the improvements in patient outcomes that have been demonstrated for years by community care providers currently located at 75 Martha. Extending detention is not about power, it's about patient outcomes, community safety, and system clarity. Clinical evidence shows that some individuals need hours of stabilization. Bill 48 provides the legal authority for clinicians to keep them in care, if necessary, until they are safe to discharge. Too often, police must take custody of medically fragile people, not because it's right, because it's the only option. This amendment supports a healthcare-led, not police-led response. First responders regularly face violent or unstable behavior without clear legal cover. Bill 48 allows them to act decisively and lawfully. And the additional time enables proper referral to addiction treatment, social services, and recovery supports, breaking the cycle of repeat 911 calls. I have to tell you, it's incredibly frustrating to see the same person overdosing twice in a shift. As Minister Smith stated, this bill ensures that the people who are at risk to themselves or to others are brought somewhere where they can get the supports they need. Bill 48 accomplishes exactly that. Patient advocacy, rights, consent, informed refusal, these are cornerstones of clinical care supported by robust clinical governance, physician oversight, mandatory reassessment, and transparent reporting. Protective detention, appropriately extended, means it remains temporary, proportionate, and medically supervised. It's not punitive. The focus is protection, recovery, and compassionate care. Bill 48 is a common sense modernization. It updates a 40-year-old law to reflect the public health crisis on our streets and in our homes. It protects citizens, relieves police of inappropriate burdens, and supports the paramedics, nurses, and physicians working daily on addiction's front lines. So on behalf of the United Firefighters of Winnipeg, I do urge this committee to pass Bill 48, close the dangerous gap between outdated legislation and the reality faced by Manitobans every day. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you, and I welcome your questions.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honourable Minister Moyes.
Thank you, Mr. Casper, for your presentation, for taking the time to speak with us tonight and for sharing your insight. And thank you to all first responders for the good work that you do each and every day, keeping Manitobans safe. Can you elaborate on what Bill 48 will do for first responders specifically?
Just let me acknowledge you first. Mr. Casper.
Sorry, by now I should have learned. For listening in the back. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, under our current constraints, when patients lack the capacity to safely refuse care, I'm not interested in detaining people against their will who have other places to go, other options. This is my least preferred outcome, and I can share that's the same context for all responders. When there is no other safe outcome, when there is no other option, and when it is clinically appropriate, and they need to be looked after for their own safety or the safety of others, this will extend that time frame to an appropriate time. We're no longer forced by law to discharge people into a community, into a neighborhood where they're not safe. They're not in a safe space yet, right? The evidence tells us that we need more than 24 hours to reach sobriety. The evidence tells us that we need more than 24 hours to ensure those discharged patients are safe, and nobody's interested in keeping anybody longer than necessary. I don't think we're required to keep patients for 72 hours. There is ongoing reassessment throughout those periods, and as soon as the patient's clinically appropriate to be discharged, trust me, they'll be discharged. They want to keep people longer than necessary. That has been my experience. So yeah, much needed, and it will prevent me from having to go to the same person twice in a shift and see a preventable loss, which really is a tragedy.
Mrs. Hebert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casper, for being here today. You are one of my heroes. Like firefighters are, you are my heroes. So thank you so much. I have a close friend who's also a firefighter in downtown Winnipeg, and I agree with you. You guys are, you need more help. First of all, like you said that I think in the last 19 years, there has, in 2006, 90,000 calls, 2025, 170,000 calls, and you're still working with the same amount of firefighters helping you. So I think that's a call for all of us to pay attention and get you some help for that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. And we're all on the same page. We want to make sure that we are there to help you help those.
The member's time for asking a question has expired. But Mr. Casper, if you'd like to respond to.
Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm incredibly proud of our entire membership. As you know, they are, they're humble folks. They want to help people. That's what they've committed their career to. They make significant sacrifices to do that. And really, we just need to be afforded the tools and the resources that we rely on to be able to be there for our community. And sometimes, yeah, that means appropriate staffing, appropriate trucks, and sometimes it means appropriate legislation for the difficult, challenging calls that we face. So, yeah, I mean, you mentioned those statistics, and it's stunning. In 1975, we had more firefighters and fire trucks on duty than we have today, and we have nearly the same total call volume as the city of Toronto with 2.8 million residents. So, well, appreciate that acknowledgement.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Casper, for coming and presenting tonight, and thank you for your help and support, in creating this bill. We certainly appreciate all of the work that you're doing on the front lines, all of the firefighters, the advanced paramedics. We know that you're working incredibly hard, and it's difficult work that you're doing. You're on the front lines, you're supporting, and you're doing it from a humanistic, lens, with compassion, with care, and treating these folks as if, they're your relatives, that they're someone's brother, someone's mother, someone's aunt, and you see them as human beings. So I want to thank all of you for the work that you do each and every day, because it does matter. It is making a difference, and certainly, this bill is going to make a difference and save lives and support people, meet them where they're at, and provide the resources that they need.
Mr. Casper.
Learning. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And I just want to touch on something you mentioned. It's a hard job. It's challenging. It takes pieces of you over time.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Casper. Is there leave for Mr. Casper to complete his response? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Casper.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You build a wall, you build a shield. And something that I've stood by my entire career, and I try to impart on new people when they're hired and people when they work with me, if you approach every interaction with every patient as though you are treating them as you'd want your family member treated, right? And that's how you knew if you were on side or off side. And people slip. We're all human. People are. Oh, I'm sorry. Frustrations, but we're always there. Holding each other to that standard. And if the level of care or the treatment or the dignity that individual is receiving would not satisfy me for my grandmother to be receiving, then it's not good enough. And we're not perfect all the time, but we certainly do our best. And with that guiding principle. So thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Casper. So I will now call on if Mitch Bourbonniere is in the room. So isn't that Mitch? Okay. Mitch Bourbonniere, please proceed with your presentation.
My name is Mitch Bourbonniere. I'm a founding member of the Bear Clan, Mama Bear Clan, OPK Manitoba, and Nidinawaymak, our relatives' home. Over the last 35 years, I've helped create many community patrols, including in St. Boniface, St. Vital, Point Douglas, North Point Douglas, the North End, Main Street, and Portage Avenue. I'm also a father of a 40-year-old son who has lived with brutal, ongoing psychosis for the last 25 years, beginning when he was 15 years old. When his psychosis began all of those years ago, I was begging systems to hold him and keep him safe. Eventually, in the throes of a horrid psychosis, he butchered his neck and throat, was rushed for life-saving surgery, and ended up on life support. He believed demons were going to capture him, harm him, torture him, and dismember him. He was trying to escape that eventuality by butchering his neck. Since that incident 18 years ago, my son has been afforded a 72-hour protective detainment under the Mental Health Act on occasion to keep himself and those around him safe. It has saved his life. The reason I walk the streets of Winnipeg daily and at all hours with my helpers is to also protect those on our streets who suffer from psychosis and do not have a parent advocating for them and protecting them. I do my best to protect our vulnerable relatives, and I keep all those around them in the public safe. Meth is a poison that creates psychosis and eventual irreversible brain damage to the point that people will never recover. Our society already detains people for 72 hours who have psychosis due to mental illness. Why would we not afford the same protection to those who have psychosis because of meth use? It is inhumane that we allow people with meth psychosis to battle imaginary demons on our streets, suffering with haunted, tormented, and tortured minds. We must intervene, we must protect them and others. We must give them 3 times the amount of time they currently have to detox, stabilize, and give our wonderful health practitioners a chance to work with them. We do this for children in this province. We have a youth addiction stabilization unit that will detain those under 18 battling life-threatening addictions with 72-hour detainment. Why can't we do this for our adults? I'm here to represent so many parents that I work with, that I know, that I love, who have adult children lost to the streets high on meth, who are begging our government to hold them and look after them with our wonderful healthcare professionals. I dedicate this submission to all of those parents who have a child experiencing meth psychosis. I have immense respect for my brother Joseph, who presented tonight. I cannot imagine losing my son. And his opinion as a former user of meth makes him one of the most credible presenters tonight. I also have great respect for Levi, who presented tonight, and the incredible work of Sunshine House. I see the love and care they display every day. Nobody puts in more work at the absolute street level. I am not in favor of apprehending folks for consuming drugs. I'm in favor of holding people in the throes of psychosis, no matter how that psychosis was created, when that psychosis creates dangerous behavior for themselves and others. The 0.001% Levi talks about. I don't believe we will fill those 20 beds in 15 minutes. Also, my name wasn't said in the legislature today, but it has been for going into the river and bringing a young woman home. I would also like to finish by congratulating my other son, Justin, who works for the Downtown Community Safety Partnership and brings people back to life every day. I will now take questions.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Minister Moise.
Thank you, Mr. Bourbonnier, for your ongoing work with so many incredible community organizations, that some of which you've started and others that you have just contributed an immense amount. We know the incredible and important work that you do on a daily basis. Can you provide your opinion? We've heard some community-minded folks that are worried about what this would look like in community and why it might not be a good idea. Can you provide your opinion on how this could actually help communities?
So, just one moment there, sir. Mitch Bourbonnier.
To me, folks, the 0.001% that really, really need us to hold them are out there. So we're gonna hold them, and we're gonna take care of them, and we're gonna give us a chance, give them a chance. So that's my answer.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Mitch Bourbonnier, I just want to say you're my hero. You know, the work you do in our community is like life-changing for so many people. You've mentored so many people that have, you know, created so much capacity in our community. Jill was here earlier presenting. You know, you've mentored that young woman. She was a former kid in care. You've mentored so many kids in care and created life-changing, transformative spaces and places for so many. So I just want to acknowledge you and the work that you do each and every day. And, you know, I just love you, and you're a hero. So I just want to acknowledge that, Miigwech, for coming tonight.
Mitch Bourbonnier.
Thank you. I honor Claudette tonight, too. She's in my heart.
Mrs. Hebert.
I just want to say thank you so much for coming today and sitting through this long night. I know it's been a long night for a lot of us, and thank you for coming and presenting and sharing your heart. It's very important, and it's so good for us to hear all of that. And thanks for what you do in our city. I see a lot when like in my apartment, when I look down and I can see the people walking with the shirts, and it's just an amazing thing for me to see that. So just the safety groups and different people that do different things in the community, and you're part of the team of people in our community that just help keep everybody safe and work together. My question was just, after the 72 hours, what would you suggest? What would you like to see happen after that holding of 72 hours?
Mitch Bourbonnier.
Yeah, there's already a blueprint, and it's on Provencher at the Youth Stabilization Unit. They'll get someone in, 72 hours, they might come back for another 72, and at some point, relationship is established, and it's only through relationship that people will have the will to go into treatment.
Okay, I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much. Oh. Okay, so Mitch Bourbonnier.
Years ago, I developed something called action therapy, where every at-risk child has one person, an uncle, an auntie, someone who's system literate, someone who can advocate and be there for them. If every person was offered, if every person using meth coming out of the 72-hour detention was offered that support, it would go a long way. Yeah, and that's practical. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Honorable Ms. Smith.
Can I request a 10-minute break?
It's requested leave for a 10-minute break. Is that agreed? Okay, agreed and so ordered. So 10-minute break. Will the committee please come back to order? So I will now call on Mr. David Vrell if he's in the room. Mr. David Vrell in the room?
Okay, he's also not on Zoom, so he drops in.
All right, so he will be dropping down to the bottom of the list. I will now call on Ms. Catherine Flynn, if she is in the room. Right on. So Ms. Catherine Flynn, please proceed with your presentation.
I really appreciate the time this evening, and I know that's taking a long time, so thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say that this bill is a step in the right direction, but that I have serious concerns regarding the details and the location of the proposed facility itself. I'd like to speak as a resident of Point Douglas. I've lived in Point Douglas for over a decade, and during that time, I've watched a significant rise in both petty and violent crime. While I support the need to provide addiction services and treatment in principle, our community and the areas nearby already have a surfeit of such services. Crime statistics bear out the fact that the more of these that are located nearby, the more we see an increase in theft, assaults, break-ins, open-air drug use, home invasions, garbage, and dangerous discarded sharps, which I found a pile of in our playground the other day. Children, seniors, and our parents, all our residents deserve better. We'd like to say we genuinely understand that people with addictions are not always responsible for their actions, that addictions require treatment, not punishment, and that such people are deserving of compassion, not condemnation. However, we are a residential community that also consists of, marginalized people who deserve to feel safe in their homes and on their streets. People should be able to walk their dogs in peace, use their parks without fear. But the reality is it's more such services located in close proximity to residential areas, the less safe we become. Services for people suffering from addictions need to be located away from residential areas, away from schools, daycares, and senior centers. Yet, as usual, we see plans for services for those with addictions, but no plan for people once they've been discharged from this temporary holding facility. People who've entered a detox facility should be discharged into treatment, not into a small residential community with no supports in place. As usual, we see no plan whatsoever to improve the safety of the surrounding communities. Permanent residents have been treated as acceptable casualties in a plan that privileges a transient population. You may or may not be aware that Point Douglas lacks almost all basic services. Grocery stores, banks, laundromats, cafes, bakeries are all notably absent from our streets. What we do have is a plethora of bars, dodgy pharmacies, pawn shops, and places that sell pizza by the slice. This is not what our community needs, and it's certainly not what people who've been through the painful process of detox require to support them. They need counseling, a social worker, a doctor, real care. Rather, they're being released into the exact same environment that helped put them on the wrong path in the first place, where we should provide love, support, fresh, healthy food, warm clothes, a safe place to sleep. They are instead delivered to an environment filled with bars and drug dealers, fed cheap slices of pizza, asked to pay extortionate rents, socialize with intoxicated friends, and offered a quick return to the cycle that brought them to detox in the first place. Moreover, every time one of these facilities is established to treat the needs of marginalized transient populations, it becomes exponentially less likely that our community will receive any of the basic services it requires to allow our residents to live their lives with a modicum of dignity and convenience. You may have forgotten that many downtown core residents are seniors, people without cars, single women, parents with multiple children, all of whom are also marginalized with special needs of their own. The residents of Point Douglas have been publicly accused and shamed of being rampant gentrifiers for fighting the supervised consumption site. This has been cited as the reasons our residents opposed the idea of more services for the unhoused and addicted. If rampant gentrification consists of communities that lack every basic amenity within a reasonable walking distance, and we have a very strange notion of what rampant gentrification actually means. What we have here is a difficult situation in which the rights of two marginalized populations have come into conflict. Those of us who are fortunate enough to have a roof over our heads, however hard won, have been sacrificed on the altar of misdirected political correctness. The residents of Point Douglas are also vulnerable, traumatized, racially and economically marginalized, and have special needs, but have been treated as expendable by all levels of government. Somehow those with less than every single other neighborhood in Winnipeg have earned the privilege of having those things that no one else wants dumped upon them. We are constantly told what we're getting, but never asked what we need. We are accused of being intolerant and lacking compassion for expecting the merest hint of compassion and dignity ourselves. We are a shining example of economic and environmental racism. What we have gained is filthy industries, backwards racist governmental policies which have resulted in contaminated soil, intolerable noise, a lack of basic services and essential facilities that would not be, and a lack of essential facilities that would not be tolerated or even considered for any other area of the city. Anything the rest of Winnipeg deems uncomfortable, unsafe, or unpleasant is pushed into our community, and we are expected to put up with it. We are not your dumping ground. We are people who need infrastructure repairs, safe homes, quiet streets, recreational facilities, groceries, trees, clean soil, uncontaminated water, and breathable air. We don't have any of those. We deserve these things as much as the rest of the city and are weary of being called NIMBYs for expecting equal treatment and reasonable access to those things that any resident of Winnipeg would consider the bare minimum. Having said that, it's apparent that this bill does not consider the safety and well-being of the very people it purports to serve, those without homes and those with addictions. Getting people into detox is a great first step, but genuine consideration of their best interests suggests that these facilities need to be located outside the core, away from the very lifestyle and hazards that created the homelessness and addiction in the first place. If you are making the effort to spend money on detox, make it a meaningful and consequential change by placing such services within immediate proximity of treatment beds located outside the downtown core. This is a reasonable and compassionate approach that offers addicted persons greater hope for recovery, as opposed to releasing them into the environment that caused the very issues we're attempting to address. The continued concatenation of services for a transient population within the downtown has contributed to the overall decline of the entire center of our city without providing any measurable improvements in anyone's quality of life. This concentration of services for the transient population has created misery, violence, crime, fires, addiction, and considerable danger to everyone within a 20-block radius, and believe me, I counted. Cities that have ceased concentrating services in one area and distributed them more widely have seen significant improvements in their downtowns, as well as reductions in crime rates, litter, and overall safety. Even their downtowns have begun to recover. People suffering from mental health issues and addictions cannot recover when they are surrounded by garbage, decay, traffic, concrete, incessant noise, and misery. We all have questions about the implementation of wraparound services. It's become very apparent that the organizations tasked with looking after people in transitional housing have consistently shown themselves entirely unable to manage the chaos and conflict that accompany addictions and homelessness. There have been endless complaints about the transitional housing facility in the West End, and they don't seem able to control violence, theft, drug use, garbage, and general noise and disorder in the surrounding area. We also have direct experience with similar levels of disorganization and disorder within Manitoba housing, where there never seems anyone to answer calls, provide security, or address serious issues that come with moving people into homes in which they're unaccustomed to living. Our experience with River Point facility has been equally frustrating, where promises of security, support, and direct phone line have never been honored. It would seem that these organizations, however well-intentioned, are incapable of supporting their clients. I think it's arguable that this visible lack of support directly arises from a funding system that turns addictions and homelessness into a business model predicated on the exploitation of human misery. When funding is calculated on the number of clients served rather than the number of people delivered from homelessness and addiction, then clearly there is profit to be made by keeping people on the streets. Allocate this funding in such a way that benefits everyone and assists all of us in collectively recovering from the trauma of homelessness and addiction. This includes the collateral damage done to surrounding communities in the Exchange, downtown, Point Douglas, Elmwood, the North End. And I just wanted to mention that one of my friends sent me a text during this evening, and she's not here because someone set themselves on fire in a block housing over 100 people. This was a recovering addict who had supports and a job, and this is the kind of collateral damage we're looking at. Every single one of us deserves compassion, safety, and a peaceful road to recovery. So what we'd like is for you to learn from past mistakes and engage the community in meaningful and comprehensive consultation to establish the best location for this facility. Locate the facility 1 kilometer from schools, daycares, senior citizens, centers, and private residences. locate the service outside the downtown, away from dealers and the chaos in the core so people can recover in peace, develop a detailed plan for the security of any surrounding area surrounding the detox facility, release people into the custody of a physician or nurse practitioner who can oversee their treatment and recovery, and assist those who have gone through detox to see them to lasting sobriety. Provide genuine wraparound services, including transitional housing, ongoing support, frequent wellness checks, counseling, access to healthy food, and ensuring that your clients have the necessary identification and a bank account, as well as the financial supports they need once they leave treatment. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mrs. Schott.
Just want to thank you so much for being here tonight and for your patience waiting for us to get through a number of folks. I hope you can appreciate that we tried to organize the schedule once we realized there were so many of you waiting here in person. We're grateful for this opportunity in our democracy to have various viewpoints shared. So thank you for sharing about your personal experience, and thanks for being here.
Ms. Flynn, would you like to respond?
I would just like to say that meaningful community consultation includes something organized by people who are trying to pass this bill. I think that what's transpired tonight shows that there's a lot of support in principle, and the devil's in the details. And I think the details need to be hashed out in a consultative, democratic way, where the residents don't have to go and organize their own meetings at their own expense in order to be heard.
All right, Emily Bariza.
Ms. Flynn, thank you so much for what you've said tonight. Thank you for helping me show what Point Douglas is, because I didn't know from Portersville Prairie. I apologize for eating my weight in hot dogs when I was there. But thank you for saying what you said, because it is so true. The consultative is so important. And I just want to thank you so much for your kind words and for waiting here so long tonight.
Ms. Flynn, would you like to respond?
Just thank you for showing up for our community cleanup. I really would like people to understand that Point Douglas is not what's often portrayed in the news, that we are vibrant, interesting, beautiful, and we struggle each and every day to provide a safe community for our residents. And we'd like to continue that. And please don't put this in Point Douglas and across from a school, please.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I just want to thank you, Ms. Catherine Flynn, for coming and presenting tonight. We appreciate your time and the effort you put into your presentation. Miigwech.
Ms. Flynn, would you like to respond?
We've all been here a long time. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Mr. Michael Dick, if he's in the room. So, Mr. Dick, please, pardon me, I'm getting a little tongue-tied at this time of night. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. So first I'm going to say thank you, everyone. We've all been here for quite a few hours, and I've been paying attention. You've been listening very carefully. So I'm very thankful that we're all putting in the work to listen to people's opinions. So I think that's a very cool part of our democracy. My name's Michael Dick. I'm a lawyer with Rees Dick Regala Law Offices. I'm on council with the Manitoba Bar Association, and I'm in the criminal justice section. The Manitoba Bar Association is a branch of the Canadian Bar Association. It represents over 1,600 lawyers, judges, notaries, law professors, and law students here in Manitoba. We're an essential ally and advocate for members of the legal profession. Our mandate is to promote fair justice systems, facilitate effective law reform, and uphold equality in the legal profession. And we're devoted to eliminating discrimination. The Manitoba Bar Association supports a holistic approach to helping our citizens who are suffering from the scourge of drug addiction. No doubt, the legislation needs updating. As the data is clear, the most potent drug commonly being used in our streets is methamphetamine. It can go without saying, this is a drug that causes unpredictable behavior and untold harms on the person who's addicted to it. The concern from the perspective of the Bar Association is the subjective nature of the decision behind releasing a person who's been detained under Section 8, Sub 1, Sub B of the proposed legislation. What criteria is this assessment being based on? Will it take into account a person's charter-protected right to not be arbitrarily detained? Are we assuming that is being considered when the original officer or designate detains a person? Will the Protective Care Center have a space where detainees can exercise their charter-protected right to obtain and instruct counsel in private and without delay? If a person is released after the maximum 72 hours, there's no mechanism or protection in place to stop an immediate subsequent 72-hour detention. Further to this, there's no specificity in Section 7 where the person detained at a protective care center is assessed at reasonable intervals and assessed as soon as reasonably possible. Leaving this language open to interpretation is concerning and could lead to inequitable treatment of detainees or to arbitrary detentions. Subsection 2 and 3 mention a qualified health professional. Is this going to be a registered nurse, a licensed practical nurse, a registered psychiatric nurse, a physician assistant, a clinical assistant, or a physician, like a psychiatrist? Is this a 24-hour staffed position? What safeguards are in place to ensure only people suffering from a drug-induced psychosis are being detained instead of individuals who are experiencing a psychosis that would require medical intervention and not simply a period of sobriety? In this province, institutions that have a duty of care include Winnipeg Remand Centre, RCMP detachments, provincial correctional institutions. If you review the inquest reports found on the Manitoba Courts website, you'll find that people aren't always being kept safe while they're in these facilities that are monitored and have a legal obligation to keep them safe. An inquest report released by Judge Doreen Redhead in August of this year has made some excellent recommendations. The only consideration and acknowledgement of possible problems that can arise can be found in the legislation as Section 11, which offers protection from liability. Overall, there's a lack of details that have been made available, and the details that we have been provided lack finer points related to a detained person's charter rights, as well as an outline on how to keep them medically safe. Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mrs. Hebert?
I just want to say thank you for coming tonight and for sitting through this, but also for giving us a whole different perspective on the bill. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Dick, would you like to respond?
No response is necessary for me.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Just want to thank you for coming tonight and sharing and staying, well into the night. We appreciate you and your presentation.
Mr. Dick, would you like? Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Dick, for coming out tonight, and thank you for giving kind of a legal overview of this bill. It's very helpful for the committee tonight to hear the legal opinion. We know that government and legal advice is taken here when writing bills. We understand that. I guess the concern that we've heard tonight, as you mentioned, there's a lot of folks with concerns. It sounds like the devil will be in the details, and that comes down in the way of regulation. What would be one of your wishes for government as representing the legal community when the regulations are being drawn up? Would you prefer to be involved in that particular area?
Mr. Dick?
Thank you. Yeah, my understanding, and I tried to do my best to dig it up, and I was able to obviously find a copy of the bill in its current form. From my understanding, I don't think that we have any regulations yet. If I'm wrong about that, I'm happy to stand corrected. And so the regulations are an important aspect of this, part of it, because it's defining some of the terms that are going to be used in the legislation. And so I think some input from obviously all of the key players, and I think some input as well as from perhaps a legal perspective is going to be helpful at that point. And so it's about being, I think, careful in the way that we're moving forward. And the regulations sometimes are as important as the legislation itself because they dovetail together and interact in so many different ways. So I think just a little bit of consultation and maybe not going too fast with things would be things that I would say are going to be important here.
Mr. Wharton?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With that being said, Mr. Dick, and obviously you're touching on a number of stakeholders that have spoke tonight, do you think that those goals are achievable in the coming weeks, months? What would be a timeline that you feel that community could actually be involved in those regulations to make sure that we get it right? Because let's face it, I believe everybody in this room wants to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And to get that done, we need input from the public and community at large.
Mr. Dick?
Thank you. It's a balancing act, and it's tough because we want to take action soon. We don't want to just sit on our hands, but that's always tempered against, well, we need to make sure we're doing it right. And so from my perspective, I am not familiar with the legislative process, and so I'm not going to sit here and speculate about the correct amount of time that might be necessary. The only information that I kind of have was from a media story yesterday indicating that the hope was that this legislation may be passed and the center may be opened by November 1st, which is some 2 weeks away. I am cautious to say that that would be sufficient time for meaningful input in terms of regulations from any of the kind of interested parties, a lot of who we've heard from tonight.
Did you? Okay. MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dick, for your presentation tonight. I'll be quick with this. Again, to what Mr. Wharton said here, we're all looking to do the right thing. The issue is to get this right, because we don't want to see people out there suffering. Victims will suffer from this. So again, I appreciate you coming forward tonight with the legal opinion on this, because it opened up, I hope, a lot of eyes here tonight. Thank you so much.
Mr. Dick?
Thank you kindly.
All right, I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much. I will now call on James or Jim Sim if he's in the room. Okay. So Mr. Sim, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm quite honored to be here in front of the committee. When I got here, I saw I'm number 22 on the list. I'm going to be here all night. But frankly, hearing all the stories, I feel blessed and kind of humbled hearing all the passion and the wisdom and the stories of folks. I'm the former chief psychiatrist of Manitoba. I'm a psychiatrist that's specialized in the area of addictions and psychosis for the past 25 years. And when I first read about the bill, I was kind of a bit befuddled by some of the comments and some of the plans that were in it. I really have concerns from my point of view. The act shows kind of a lack of understanding of what options are available now for the detainment and assessment of citizens intoxicated on substances other than alcohol, and some of the important differences between alcohol intoxication and methamphetamine intoxication. With all due respect, Minister Smith stated, at least it was quoted in the paper, as saying the legislation allows for a 24-hour involuntary hold for people intoxicated by alcohol, but for those intoxicated by other substances, the choice was either criminalize them or take them to a hospital where they're often waiting 10 hours plus with police. I think there's some error in these statements, or they represent worst case scenarios. The present longer voluntarily, or they're given a list of community services, but they're not forced to have any sort of follow-up. Methamphetamine intoxication has a much more unpredictable course than alcohol intoxication. People intoxicated on meth come to the attention of the public or the police when they're causing disturbances and screaming and shadowboxing with invisible people, and they're disturbing local citizens and shopkeepers. And admittedly, their actions and behaviors might be due to stimulants such as meth, but it also could be a primary psychotic disorder or a bipolar disorder, or maybe a combination of both. even for a veteran emergency physician or peace officer, you can't really tell if somebody's intoxicated on meth or they got a primary psychotic disorder. Even if you do testing, with saliva testing or urine testing for meth, it shows the presence of methamphetamine, but it doesn't say how much they've been using and how much the symptoms are directly due to methamphetamine. So you can't really prove that this is methamphetamine, this disturbed behavior. And if somebody's so intoxicated by methamphetamine, they alert the public and the police have to be called and the paramedics have to be called, they're probably at risk for serious medical complications, including seizures, arrhythmias, cardiac arrest, and they require assessment by a trained physician in an emergency room. Bill 48 permits a police officer or peace officer to take a person suspected of being high on meth directly to a protective care center or detention, which is basically is jail for 24 hours. There's no requirement in the Act that a medical or psychiatric assessment be done for at least 24 hours after the initial detainment. And if you bypass these assessments, the intoxicated individual is at risk of serious medical complications, including death. And the decision that the intoxicated person's behavior is solely due to substances kind of misses the opportunity to have them assessed by a psychiatrist. There was a statement in the paper that by the police chief and by the minister that people can wait up to 10 hours for an assessment in an emergency ward or in a handcuff to a chair or bed. I agree. I'd rather have the police, taking care of our neighborhoods and not sitting in the hospital looking after people. But under the Act, the Mental Health Act as it stands, police can transfer the custody to an institutional safety officer or another qualified person, and that's in the Act. And handcuffed to a bed, that's really kind of a rare occurrence. We have proper restraints in the hospital, and we have the ability to administer medication. So I don't think people are going to be handcuffed to a bed or a chair for 20 or 10 hours. Being brought to a hospital emergency room, health sciences center, or emergency ward on a Friday night, that's a pretty chaotic environment, and I agree it isn't great. But the proposed detox center or the protective care unit, that's going to be pretty busy and pretty loud and a lot of banging. People are intoxicated on meth. They're being brought there against their will. So it's not going to be much of an improvement. I would like it to be nice and calming and the walls painted in lovely murals and soft music being played and couches. It ain't going to be like that. It's going to be a very chaotic and noisy place. One advantage of Bill 48 that's been forwarded is that it will allow time for the meth psychosis to clear. I don't see how that's an improvement over the present Mental Health Act, which was proclaimed in 1998. If a psychiatrist assesses you in the emergency ward, whether the symptoms are substance-induced or not, if they're a danger to themselves or others or at risk for substantial deterioration, they can fill out Form 4s under the Mental Health Act. The fact that they're not doing it and discharging people might be a reflection on some of my colleagues. I can't comment on an individual case, but they do have the ability to hold people. In practice, what often happens is the police will bring in somebody who is quite disturbed and agitated. They'll be assessed by the emergency room physician and necessary tests, blood tests, x-rays will be done. They'll be given some sedating medication, sometimes against their wishes. And if they continue to be psychotic after 12 hours, psychiatry gets consulted. And if we find them, they're still a risk to themselves or others as psychotic, we still don't know if it's primary or if it's methamphetamine induced. Doctors kind of have an obligation to fill out forms under the Mental Health Act and have them brought into the hospital. Sorry, I lost my my phone isn't recognizing me anymore. Here we go. So At any rate, the hour is late. I guess I have worries that bringing people to the Protective Care Center without a proper psychiatric and medical assessment being done really puts the most vulnerable citizens at risk. And if we really need additional services, which I think we do, I live in the North End too. I drive down there every day. I worked in the inner city. I know what's going on out there, and it ain't pretty. The beautiful Thunderbird house that was, built is now surrounded by tarps and tents. So I'd really love to see increased funding for psychiatric beds and increased funding for and availability for longer-term treatment centers. But I don't think Bill 48, as it stands right now, serves our most vulnerable citizens and the members of the community as well as other measures might. Thanks very much.
So thank you for your presentation. And do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Mrs. Schott.
Hi. You mentioned that you were grateful for the opportunity to sit through and listen to a number of the other presenters. I'm just wondering what your take is on the first responders' perspective and how their lived experience every day in the field and their strong support of this, and what you have to say about that.
Oh, just one moment, sir. And I just wanted to clarify, you said you're a psychiatrist. Should I be referring to you as Dr. Sim? Okay, Dr. Sim. Please respond. Yeah.
I really wouldn't mind meeting with Mr. Casper, and I think the medical supervisor of the paramedics is Dr. Robert Grierson. I don't know precisely what assessments they do. When I said I felt blessed and kind of humbled hearing some of the wisdom, Mr. Casper's presentation was one that really caught my ear. It doesn't say in the Act, though, that they have to be cleared by a trained advanced care paramedic beforehand, before they go to the care center. So often the devil's in the details. Perhaps with that sort of revision, I would change my mind about the 72-hour detention. But hope that answers your question.
MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sim. I appreciate your presentation that you gave to us there. I'm going to ask you for your professional opinion on this, because we're having trouble finding, as what you commented, the devil's in the details. If we had a 20-bed protective care center, and I'm not sure what that looks like, at full capacity, what type of workers would we need in there to look after these people, and how many would we need?
Oh, just one moment, sorry. Dr. Sim.
The hour's late. You'd need a lot of folks. You'd need people able to handle physical situations. You'd need healthcare professionals. You'd need somebody, a doctor to assess somebody every day, or a nurse practitioner. And you'd have to have social workers, because 72 hours goes by pretty quick. So after 72 hours of saying, well, you can go out the door, well, there's all sorts of things like where are they going to live, and what's their housing going to be, and what sort of follow-up care are they going to have. It would have to be heavily staffed. And I don't know if the proposed protective care center is in addition to the 75 Martha beds for intoxicated persons, or they're going to amalgamate it. You need a lot of people and a lot of planning.
MLA Bariza.
Follow-up question, Dr. Sim. When we're talking a lot of people, are we talking like 1 per person, 2 per person?
Oh, just a moment again, sorry. I know we're getting late. You're doing really well. Dr. Sim.
PY3 South, which is the intensive care unit at the Psych Health Center, which would have patients sort of similarly disturbed, for 11 beds. They have 4 nurses during the day, 3 in the evening, 2 at night, and they have nurses' aides or assistants and sometimes additional security, and they have doctors there every day, like a psychiatrist and a general practitioner or a hospitalist. That's be sort of comparable.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I want to thank you, Dr. Sim, for coming and presenting tonight and, staying till the end and listening to, everyone's perspective. It's certainly, your democratic right to come, and I think we're the only province that has this committee, and, you're able to come and bring your perspective. And, certainly we've been working with doctors, psychiatrists, and they've been guiding this bill. And certainly you heard from, the fire paramedics. We've been working with the police as well. We've been working with frontline organizations, and they've told us that this is the right direction to go in supporting people.
So seeing as time has expired, is there leave from the committee for Dr. Sim to respond if he would like? Oh, I hear a no, so I'm sorry. Thank you for your presentation. All right. I will now call on Ms. Rena Kisfalvi if she is in the room. Like I know she had her presentation. She had her presentation. She's also okay, so we will drop her name to the bottom, and we will move on to I will now call on, okay, just to get everyone on the same page here, the next couple presenters are on Zoom. So Ms. Cynthia Drabo and Ms. Karen Sharma, we will come back to them because we're going to move on to folks who are in the room. So just acknowledging that we haven't forgotten about them. We're moving down to Daryl Warren. So I will now call on Daryl Warren, if he's in the room, which he is. So Daryl Warren, please proceed with your presentation.
And thank you for having me here, honorable committee members. I'm proud to speak here because I'm very passionate about people and I'm very passionate about the North End. I've lived there I'm 65 next month. I've lived in the North End my whole life, and I've devoted 35 years to volunteering in the North End of the city of Winnipeg. So I've made a career of it. Now, this is a very touchy issue, and I understand that, but it's common sense. What you're proposing here is just another tool in the toolbox, okay? There's a lot of organizations, which I heard speak here, that are doing good work out there, but this is just another tool to go ahead and help these people along that can't help themselves. I go ahead and I talk to people in my community. A lot of people I talk to are on the drugs, and their life is totally destroyed. And they use the drug as an escape. They don't want to deal with the reality that they've lost their kids, they've lost their houses, they've lost their marriages. They don't want to deal with it. So it's easier to take the drugs and forget about it. And then they get into the trouble life I call it. And I've talked to numerous people in my area on Selkirk Avenue, on Main Street, that are doing these drugs. You got young women, 30, 40 years old, that are doing this drug and prostituting themselves. The kind of danger they're putting themselves in for these drugs. When I walk down Main Street in the evening or drive down Selkirk Avenue in the nighttime, I see these people on the drugs. They can't even stand up. They're easy prey. We talk about handicapped people in wheelchairs and that are being targeted and being robbed and beat up and everything else in this society because they're easy prey. These people can't even stand up. Some of them fall to the ground and they can't even help themselves up off the ground. I'm not saying what they're doing is right, but we all fall on hard times. We all deal with it differently. Some of us are stronger than others. And there's others that have been put really through hell and back. And this is their way of dealing with it. I think it's a great idea to hold these people for 72 hours. And who cares? Like, I'm the first one to say, well, you know what? Maybe we're jumping the gun because we got to think about the people. These people need help. They're dying on the streets because they're incapable of making a decision. This 72 hours could change their lives. It may not, but let's try it. What can it hurt to try it? I've heard the mention of money. How many nurses, how many doctors, everything else? I always believe if we save one of those people, it's well worth the money. And believe me, I've done numerous things in my neighborhood. I had a patrol group where I combated prostitution in my area. I actually, 6 months after I chased this 17-year-old prostitute off the street, she came into a gas station I was at. She recognized me and she says, I want to thank you because of your persistence of hassling me, making me change my life. I went, I got help, and I changed my life. I have a baby now. I have a fiance now. Life is looking so much better. And for these people here, we need to give them the chance because I don't think these are bad people. I think they've been taken along a path that we all don't understand. We don't follow that same path because we make maybe better judgments, or we never had half the shit happen to us as they did in their lives. We need to go ahead, and if it takes 72 hours to lock these people up.
Sorry, Mr. Warren, I just do want to caution you on your language. There was a curse word in there, so yeah, I very much appreciate that. So anyways, just giving you a caution on your language. So Daryl Warren. Yeah, please continue with your presentation, Mr. Warren.
I'm telling you, committee members, if you don't believe this is happening, come down to my neighborhood. I don't make this stuff up. I've lived there 65 years. I've seen the big changes in the neighborhoods of the North End. And it's not a good picture to paint now. I remember shopping on Selkirk Avenue and going to Koletsky's and going to the Windmill Restaurant for a burger. Some of you may remember going down Selkirk Avenue. I have business people that locked their doors and have lost customers because customers from St. James, St. Vital, Sage Creek won't come there anymore because they don't feel safe, because of the kind of people that are on the streets. And I emphasize, I encourage you, take a drive. Take a drive. You talk about driving through the areas, take a drive through the North End. There's a good part of North End. I always say the other side of Inkster, it changes from Dufferin to Inkster is, you know, the people there are great. The North End, that's why I've stayed 65 years. The people, the Bubbas, you know, that used to sit out on their stoop and they can't anymore because it's too unsafe. We need to go ahead and be responsible people and say to the residents of these neighborhoods, we're going to be one tool in the toolbox and let the organizations do their things and let's help these people. Even out of the 20 beds that you say you have, if we help 2 people out of the 20, isn't it worth it? Because chances are they're going to be viable again and they're going to be part of the community and not part of the problem. So I encourage you to go ahead and do this. Personally, I believe it's a first step, and that's all it is. It's a first step. We can't claim to know everything that's going to come down the pike. Okay? Because if we could predict that, well, then we would either say yes or no, clear cut. We can't predict that. Let's try this. Let's give it a chance. Put them in the detox for 72 hours. Give them supports that they can, after their 3 days, they can maybe seek one of these organizations, or they can, you know, maybe get a bed in a detox center for a few months. But it's a start. 3 days could turn their lives around. 1 day, you know, I don't think so. Because you're going to sit there and you're going to wait your 1 day, and chances are you'll be right back out on the drugs. Not to say that after 3 days you're not going to be, but at least, you know, if they make the connection with the people and give them some counseling, maybe these people, all they need is for somebody to care and to talk to them and say, hey, listen, what you're doing with your life, you're wrong. It's not good. And just for example, I spoke to this one girl on Selkirk Avenue. She's prostituting for drugs. She's been brought back to life 4 times because of the drugs. My reaction was, what is wrong with you? If I died once, I'd learn from that. She has clinically died 4 times on the street, trying to just do her thing. Is she wrong? Is she right? I don't care. But if we can save her and make a difference, at least we can say we tried. Right now, there's nothing out there, and it's critical. Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honourable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank you, Daryl, for coming and you know, sharing. I do have a question about the impact that this bill will have on, you know, the area of Point Douglas, North End, and you know what you're seeing, the crisis in the community.
So, just a quick moment there, Ms. No, Mr. Warren.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big impact. Is it going to be the answer? I don't know, but it's one tool, okay? And at least we'll have one more tool in the box for these people to go ahead and maybe seek help and get help.
Mrs. Hebert.
Thank you. Thank you so much for Daryl for being here today, for sitting through this whole evening, and for the work that you're doing, and that helping that one young girl is worth everything. I agree with you. It's such an important work that you're doing. So thank you. So you were mentioning the tool and the toolbox, and I agree with you. We need to do something. We need to do something now. It's urgent. It's an urgent crisis we have in our province and in the city of Winnipeg. My question for you would be, if we could take and just even give it more time, the bill, make it so that it's actually going to help 10 or 15 people rather than just the 2? Is that something that you think would be worth that extra month or 2 months or whatever it would look like? Would that be something?
Mr. Warren.
Sorry. No, I think we need to do this now. Because like I say, you're going to have people that go ahead and agree with it, don't agree with it. Like, it's funny, because one thing I did forget to mention before I summed up was I live in the North End, and I've been experiencing a lot of fires in the North End, as you probably know. And in my particular neighborhood where I'm president, there's 200 properties that are now burnt out shells of nothing in my area alone, which is 9 blocks by 7 blocks. So I was talking to the firefighter gentleman because, what do you call it? Because it used to be every time I heard a siren, it was a fire truck going to a fire. Now, just for your information, when I hear the fire trucks now, they're going to these people that have overdosed on the drugs. So, you know, I think we need to act as quick as possible because it'll be another tool to help these people and maybe get them off this stuff. We're not going to save everybody, but like I say, if we save 1, 2, it makes a difference. And I'm not a dollar guy. I don't put a dollar on human life. So, you know, I think we all have something to offer to society. What it is, we find out in life as we go along. And I'd like to give them that opportunity to do that.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
I want to thank you, Daryl, for the work that you do with the William White Neighborhood Association. I know you're really passionate about the community, and can you just talk a bit about the work that you do and, you know, all of the work you do to make your community safe and bringing community together, you know, whether it's homeowners or renters, and just some of the work that you do.
Oh, just one moment. No, all good. Mr. Warren.
We do everything. William White does everything. What do you call it? Regarding a neighborhood. Whatever makes up a neighborhood, we do it. Whether it be programming for the kids, like for example, I just had a meeting with the people at Camp Manitou, the executive director, and they charge a subsidized fee for a kid to go to a week-long camp, $400. Well, I'm hoping my kids will be able to go to camp, which they never would do, so I have to raise some money, but the camp has agreed to let these kids come for $80 a week. So this is the kind of work I do personally and the organization does. I'm working with City of Winnipeg and the province of Manitoba on housing in the William White area, which will hopefully pass a lot of different bylaws and stuff like that to go ahead and get rid of the problem in all the City of Winnipeg. I'm also sitting myself, I've been appointed to the Bloomberg Harbor.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Okay, there we go. They already beat me to it. I was going to say, is there leave for Mr. Warren to complete his answer? And leave has been granted. So, Mr. Warren. Mr. Warren.
Okay. So, I'm also part of the Harvard Bloomberg project, which is Mayor Gillingham has 7 of us. I've actually gone to Harvard University. I even have a certificate from Harvard. And we're working on this housing crisis. And we're working on it for the whole city of Winnipeg. Whatever we adopt in the William White area will be citywide. And hopefully province-wide with the work of the minister and the great people, her assistant minister. So we do all kinds of stuff. We have paint classes for seniors on a monthly basis because our seniors started Winnipeg as we know it. And I always like to reward my seniors and say thank you to my seniors. So, and again, the kids, we have a skate program where the kids can't afford skates, they can come to our facility at 295 Pritchard Avenue and strap on a pair of skates, which is loaned to them. And what do you call it? We have up to 150 pairs of skates for these kids. We have a basketball program in the summertime that these kids can come. Instead of joining gangs, we can get them to join a basketball team.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Yes. Oh. So pursuant to our rules, a standing committee meeting to consider a bill must not sit past midnight to hear public presentations or to consider clause by clause of a bill, except by unanimous consent of the committee. We currently have 2 more presenters in the room and 2 online. Therefore, does the committee agree to sit past midnight to conclude public presentations and clause by clause of the bill?
Agreed.
Agreed and so ordered. All right, back to presentation. So I will now call on Ms. Pamela Warren. And Ms. Pamela Warren, please proceed with your presentation.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all, this standing committee here, for your willingness to listen to the community, all the professionals, and try to get this right. That's a huge deal. Even though maybe a lot of people don't think it is, I personally really applaud you all and for even agreeing to stay past midnight. Now, I've been cautioned here that I can't go past by my 10 minutes because some people that do know me here know I'm very long-winded, have lots to say. I am here as an individual that lives in the North End. I have lived there almost all my life, except for different parts. Maybe I moved away, but I kept coming back because it is a really wonderful neighborhood to live in. The people are very genuine. In most areas of the city, the new developments and that, I have friends and I say, oh, what are your neighbors like? Oh, well, I don't really know them. Oh, I know they drive, you know, a black SUV or they have a dog that barks at night. And I go, but you've been there for 5 years. What do you mean you don't know your neighbors? On my block, I probably know 50% of my neighbors. I know people on the next block, the next block, the next block, because like everybody, we come out, we walk our dogs, kids play in parks, but it's not a safe place. So now we've all had to watch everybody's backs. So you get to know everybody. You have newcomers coming, opening up businesses in our area. They're taking a chance. They give back to the North End. But the problem is this bill, C-48, that you've asked us all to come and give our view on it. It is a very great idea. Our 24-hour intoxication hold is not working. It hasn't been working since what, prior COVID? We all know that. And the reason that it doesn't work because we've never really paid attention. We don't have all the proper supports. We don't have everything. You've heard from all the professionals, from the people that are against it, but it's true. You have to have the detailed plan. Hold them for 72 hours is great. That's wonderful. You've heard it's great first step. I mean, the reason it may provide short-term intervention to prevent immediate harm. I see that every day. I see them dancing in traffic on Main Street. And I see people texting, slamming on their brakes. I see people smoking up in their car, drinking their coffee, slamming on their brakes. We hear on the news how many people are hit all the time, whether they're on bikes, whether they're walking, whether they're in wheelchairs. It's not necessarily just because of the people that are on the meth or whatever other drugs they might be taking. It's also the people behind the wheel. They're also intoxicated. Our police are overrun. They can't be everywhere. Our community organizations can't help everybody. We're stretched to the limits, but this is a very good step. It allows individual safety to recover from immediate effects of intoxicated drugs, preventing self-harm and overdose during a crisis. It'll help ease pressure on the emergency medical services that you've heard, whereas they just come and see somebody and 2 hours, 3 hours later, they're back at the same person. This way, if they're detained for 72 hours, that'll help our medical emergency teams, which will eventually, of course, hopefully put some more dollars back into the city's pockets as well. But that's not the point. The money isn't the point. I'm hearing from you guys. It's not a question about the money. It's the question of the plan that we need after we get them for 72 hours. So as you heard, the first 24 hours is basically the dry out period, the withdrawal. They may be suffering from psychosis. They may not. It might be induced by the drugs that they're taking. You will need to have some clinical staff there to assess them for the next 48 hours to determine whether, is it the drugs? Is it a psychosis? Are they bipolar? Are they schizophrenic? Do they need medication? You also need to have all the proper medical team there, the physicians, the doctors, and everybody else, to make sure that none of these people die under the 72-hour hold. You have to have the proper medical assessment to determine, should they be at a hospital or can they remain here for 72 hours? And once you put all that into place, 72 hours is 3 days. 3 days, you release them on the street. And I heard about the site that you've proposed, and I've heard the residents that complain about where it is. But again, they did bring up one good point that I want you to rethink. You're concentrating the problem in the same area where the problem is most rampant. I'm supposed to be here to represent as an individual, but I also work within an organization within the William White neighborhood. We have recently got a grant from the power for the power line in the north end through the province. And our idea is we can't solve the problem with the drug dealers and with the trap houses and everything else that's in that neighborhood, but you disperse them because it's too easy. If this drug dealer doesn't have any drugs, they go 4 houses over there to get them from that guy or the next block. But if you disperse them and they go other places in the city, well, now if this guy's out, we have no way of getting our drugs. Then we have to get a bus, steal a car, steal a bike, whatever. And we all know a lot of addicts are basically lazy. They're not going to go very far. So by detaining them and having the supports there to maybe possibly get somebody, give them the information, and even if they come back next week for another 72 hours, like it was heard, they come back 2 or 3 or 4 times, maybe somebody in those 2 or 3 or 4 times will finally get through to them and say, go to this doctor or go to this organization that can help you recover. We don't know till we try, but you actually have to have this plan in place. And I understand this is an emergency situation. You can't wait on this too long. It needs to be done as soon as possible because, I mean, the numbers are growing. We see it. Every one of us, whether you live in the North End or you don't, you just travel Main Street, you see how many, like what used to be 10s and 20s or 30s and hundreds. So with that, my time is getting to the end. And I want to thank you all again. And I hope you really, really go check the details. You heard the legal side of it. You heard the professional side of it. You have to find this balance between the community members that live next door, that deal with this problem, and dispersal is really the key because it's working in my neighborhood. The organization there is dispersing all the problems. It can't be concentrated. Thank you very much.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? The Honorable Ms. Smith.
I want to thank you, Ms. Pamela Warren, for your presentation and taking the time to come out and staying until the end. And, you know, you heard presentations from Winnipeg Fire paramedics and how this would, you know, help support and alleviate some of the work that they do and how, you know, they make the judgment of like compassion versus, you know, is it like a criminal? Is it a medical, or is this like taking them to, you know, this detention and care, protective care center? So my question to you would be like, how would this impact, you know, the community of Point Douglas, the North End, and this, what you're seeing in the community?
Ms. Pamela Warren.
Dan, I'm not like everybody else. I waited. I look at it this way. I live in there, William White Neighborhood Association, or excuse me, drop that last part. The William White neighborhood is really not much different than the Point Douglas neighborhood. The only difference is the proposed site is out their back door. It's a little ways from my back door, but we have the exact same issues, same problems. So I really don't think that this would impact us in any way other than the fact of where the site is located. That's the only implication. If anything, it's going to help because then we won't have 10s and 20 of people that are so intoxicated with these lethal drugs lying all over the streets, running in traffic, endangering their own lives, and possibly, depending on some of the drugs, they're a danger to society. We've witnessed people with machetes and all kinds of things running down the streets. Like, I mean, it's a very, very scary environment. So to have the 72-hour hold, I don't think would really impact us or Point Douglas other than the fact of the site because of the congestion that's already there.
Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Pamela. You know, you haven't changed in 40 years. You still are so passionate. You and Warren both, by the way, and I commend you both for your commitment to William White area and, of course, the North End. And still very passionate about it, as we all are around the table tonight, considering what is happening in our North End and across the city and across the province. I guess my question is, and from what I've heard tonight and what I've heard and read over the last several months, is drug users they become a community. They become, I almost call it like a rural community. They're a group of folks that are friends, they become neighbors, they live together, whether it's in an encampment.
The member's time to ask a question has expired. Is there leave for the member to complete asking his question? No, leave has been denied. So Ms. Warren, Mrs. Shaw.
Hoping that the chair can address the unparliamentary language being hollered out in committee.
So unfortunately, the comments weren't made on the record, so I'm unable to make an official ruling on that, but I would like to caution all members. It's getting late. We're all getting tired. We're getting there, folks. Let's just regroup, refocus, and let's be respectful with one another and keep moving forward. Okay? Thank you. So I believe we left off, Ms. Warren, if you're able to respond to Mr. Warren's question.
I'm not quite sure of the question since he didn't quite get to finish it, but I think I have the logistics of the question. And if I'm wrong, I apologize because I didn't get to hear the actual question. You are correct in the fact that the drug users do cull together in a community all of their own. And that is another point that in our neighborhood that we're trying to address and disperse these communities that are set up in, as you've heard, we have so many burnt out shells and we've got piles of rubbles and empty lots. So the minute we see that there is a concentration happening, it's either 311 or non-emergency, or if it's a bunch of screaming, yelling, then it is the actual 911 calls that we make. So we are on it. But the key is dispersal. That is the biggest key, because it's like any community, whether it's your community or the community, you know, in Portage La Prairie or Selkirk or anywhere. We all want to connect. We all want to be part of something. You break up that connection, you break up that being part of something, well, then you're lost. Now you need help. Now you're vulnerable. You're vulnerable for the proper help, not the destructive help.
Honorable Ms. Smith? Actually, I should just, is there leave for another question? Because the time for the Q&A time has expired. So leave is, okay. Is it agreed to have leave for one more question? Okay, agreed and so ordered. Honorable Ms. Smith.
I just want to thank you again for all of the proactive work that you do in your community, because it makes a difference whether you're working with the kids, the seniors, you know, renters, owners, like it does make a difference. And again, we are adding more capacity into the system, whether that's on the addiction side, the mental health side, housing. You know, we are taking a different approach than the previous government. We are investing and supporting and meeting people where they're at. So I thank you for the work that you're doing as well. Miigwech.
Ms. Warren, you can have opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody that's sitting here tonight. Really, you're doing a great thing.
All right, I will now call on Sel Burrows. And Sel Burrows, please proceed with your presentation.
Well, we're all tired. It's been a long night. I want to say thanks to all of you, what you're doing. I want to talk a little bit about politics and how people need to work together. I think everybody's aware of my personal politics. During the previous government, some of my friends on my party were concerned that I worked very closely with some of your cabinet ministers. Calvin Gertson and I worked together on banning or discouraging the use of bear spray. Heather Stephenson came to my house to sit and talk when she was Minister of Justice. And I was teased by some of your MLAs that Brian Pallister and I had a better relationship than some of them had with him. But the reason I'm talking about this is because the people on the government side are committed to this issue. And you, as members of the opposition, part of your role is to question, to challenge. And I want to add the importance of this piece of legislation and offer, you know, at any time I could be useful advice to you. I am 81. I've been around a long time. This is one piece of many pieces of action that are required. I know at least 3 human beings that have died of overdoses. Official statistics are 570 people died in Winnipeg of overdoses last year. If people are murdered, we know their name. Quite often we know the name of the person who's charged with murdering them. The 570 people who died in Winnipeg last year are nameless. We don't know
their names, and we should. And we should also know the names of the people who sold them the fatal doses. This is one step, buying 72 hours where people have a better chance to make a decision. It's also buying 72 hours of less pressure on our firefighters, our paramedics, and our emergency wards. I happen in my extended family have a member who is a paramedic and a firefighter. They are suffering. Daryl and Pamela have told you the details of how we in the inner city suffer, and I no longer live in North Point Douglas. I did live there for 18 years. One of the kids who was my neighbor is one of the people who died. The good side is his younger sister is now in the School of Social Work at the Winnipeg Education Center and is working towards being a role model for helping people not die. I guess I'm asking you, push your ideas, try to convince the government that some of your ideas are good ideas, but don't think that just because you're the opposition, that's your role to slow down or stop things. That those of us who are on the front lines, and I consider myself, well, I'm less involved still on the front line, feel is very, very important. One of the things that I want to really talk about today is what are the next steps. But first I'm going to talk about a treatment center on Magnus, because there's people who live in North Point Douglas who are concerned about this center being close to where they live. Many years ago, I think it's about 16 years ago, the provincial government set up a treatment center on Magnus. That's right in the heart of Point Douglas. And of course, everybody was really upset. I happened to be chair of the residents committee at the time. And we talked to the neighbors and close by, and we went to the government. We set out our conditions. We negotiated with the government. One of the first ones was we were afraid of the drug dealers, because we know the drug dealers. They would be there. And they arranged for the police to circle the place regularly. And 17 years later, we have not had a problem of drug dealers, and the police still keep an eye on it. We also asked that they hire local people, and they did it first. Unfortunately, that piece hasn't been kept up. And we asked that they put up a couple of big, huge spotlights in the park down towards the river so that wouldn't become a gathering spot, and they did that. So I'm suggesting to the residents, and I've talked to some of them, that they negotiate with the government. I think they already have the agreement that the police will keep a close eye on this facility. The others are more skilled than I in talking about the need for the psych nurses and the other staff that need to be available in this. One of the most important things you can do, assuming this is accepted, is what happens when they leave. Do you just let them walk out the door, or do you ensure that they leave to a place of safety? Some of them will have a home, and it may be necessary to pay for a taxi because they won't have the wherewithal to get home, to get them to that home. To have someone on staff, a social worker, or just a good person who does that kind of stuff to ensure when they leave, they go to a place of safety. If their normal residence happens to be an encampment, then there must be an interim step. If they choose to go back to their encampment, there's not much we can do about that. We're working on that, I know. But please, do not have them just walk out the door, because if you do that, the people in North Point Douglas who are concerned, and South Point Douglas, who are concerned about having this in their neighborhood will be right, because they will stay in that neighborhood. It is crucial that they leave and move back to their normal place when they're being brought into an area. And by the way, there is no place that's perfect. There's no place you can find in Winnipeg that will meet everybody's needs. I'm a person who talks about NAMBY, not all in my backyard in terms of the inner city. I think this is probably the best place you can find. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to give you some advice on a related subject. When 570 drug addicts die, the dealers must recruit at least 570 more addicts. The dark business of drug dealing is an actual reality. People don't just happen to become addicts. There are people, and when I give speeches, I say the meth addict has the best support system possible 24/7. There's a dealer out there, and if they don't have any money, they'll say to you, go and steal 2 bikes and I'll give you, This is the first step, but there is a need for a whole bunch of other actions. I happen to know more about the side of crime prevention, just by happenstance. And one of the things that the Business Council of Manitoba and the Manitoba Association of Chiefs are talking about is charging the people who sell the fatal doses with manslaughter. This is a system of control, checks and balances. We cannot arrest our way out of the drug crisis, but we can disrupt it. And if the dealers start to become afraid that if they sell a fatal dose that they could see 8, 10, 12 years in jail, which is significant, they're going to say to their supplier, hey, and I'll watch my language, don't sell me a fatal dose. Don't supply me with a fatal dose. This is not a magic bullet either. At the same time, we must be thinking about looking at the Addictions Foundation of Manitoba, looking at revamping many of their programs, looking at how they can become more relevant to the new reality of fentanyl. I happen to have been on the Tri-Government Task Force on Illicit Drugs, which is now much out of date, 3-4 years later. But there are many things in that report that I'd also recommend that you look at. We need this center. Daryl and Pamela have told you the details. I don't need to go over them as well. Please get this done, get it done fast, and move on. We need 2 or 3 more actions soon.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Ms. Smith.
I want to thank you, Mr. Salburrows, for coming and presenting tonight, and for your wisdom and all of your experience. You've done some incredible work in North Point Douglas, and you've created a lot of other advocates and mentored a lot of people. My question to you would be, I think about, imagine how easy it would be to get help as it is to get high. So, what services, like we're putting 800 new treatment spaces in, another 400 coming. We are connecting people to more services leaving this center. This is one more tool. Can we afford to wait on this bill?
Oh, just one moment. Mr. Burrows.
Thank you. Sorry, I got to learn these, get back to understanding the protocols. No, I think, there's urgency. There's urgency for this. I'm going to keep putting pressure on you for other things that I know you want to do. There's urgency for them as well. One of the things that, Calvin Gertson, when he was Minister of Education, and I worked closely together on was chronic absenteeism. You will probably find that a huge percentage of those 570 people who died were chronically absent from school. We've got 40,000 kids in Manitoba that are chronically absent. I have a presentation that I give which has the names of 4 NDP ministers of education and 4 Conservative ministers of education that I've talked to about this issue. If we want to have a preventative input at some point in time, we must figure out a way to have all of our kids going to school, because if they're not going to school, they are definitely heading towards addiction, government dependency, and crime. And so that is, I'll throw that one out as well. Mentoring. When people leave, the old style was under AA was sponsorship. It's changed. Melissa Martin in the Free Press wrote an absolutely brilliant article about 5 young people who had been criminals in their 30s and why they changed, why they stopped being criminals. Every one of them said, somebody took me under their wing. Even when I went back to jail, they stuck with me. Mentoring, finding, empowering, supporting mentors. And I would to add the power line that they've started in William White, the power of the community. We were able to say to people, hey, we have standards in the community. It's not set by the police. It's not set by the politicians. It's your neighbors that set these standards. And we want you to learn what you can live by. When we started in North Point Douglas, we had 32 drug dealers. 32 drug dealers. I think right now there's 3. And that was the power of the people. And that's what Daryl and Pamela are doing right now in William White. So a lot of things that are related. Sorry, I get carried away.
Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and don't ever apologize, Mr. Selburrows, for get carried away, because I think I could speak for myself, I could listen to you all night, educate me and educate the table tonight in this committee, because that's why we're here. We supported second reading. We're here tonight in committee because we wanted to hear from people like you, people that are on the ground that we've heard from tonight, community service groups, you name it. These are the people we need to learn from to make informed decisions. This is not a partisan issue. Action needs to be taken. We all agree. We need to get it right, and it needs to happen quickly. It should have happened probably a long time ago, in 2004 when we first talked about the 4 pillars. It hasn't, and we're all motivated to get it done. Quick question. I'm running out of time, though.
I'm sorry, the member's time has expired for a question. Mr. Burrows, would you like to respond to what Mr. Wharton is speaking to?
Well, I think the issue is all of us have to work. The government's responsible for bringing in legislation. You guys are responsible for giving the best advice you can. But let's make things move. Let's get things going. I want my Winnipeg. I was born here 81 years ago in the Old Grace Hospital. I want my Winnipeg back, and so does everybody else, and so do most of the addicts. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Because they were put to the bottom of the list.
Have they been sent to the bottom of the list? So they haven't been called yet?
Yeah, they had, because they were out of towners, so we had called them.
There's been no research request.
Yeah. All right, so I will now call on Ms. Cynthia Drabot. I believe she is on Zoom. Okay, Ms. Drabot, please, or Drabo, apologies if I'm not quite pronouncing your name correctly. Please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, good evening, everyone, or maybe I should say good morning, almost. My name is Cynthia Drabot, and I'm the Executive Director of North End Women's Center, which is located on Selkirk Avenue, close to Salter. We support women, non-binary, and two-spirit people. My team supports people every day through situations of, we've heard multiple speakers talk about situations that people are in. My team sees people on a daily basis coming into our center who are having a really, really hard time. My team on a weekly basis brings people back to life from toxic drug supply and does the work that they never signed up to do from the beginning. So as an organization, we're very, very interested in supporting people who are having challenges with substance use. We know that substance use has increased for the folks that we support and exponentially impacted based on historical contexts such as colonization, as well as how society and medical responses to substance use have been traditionally dealt with, linked more specifically to how men experience addiction. And we also know that substance use is stigmatized, and the perspective of why women and gender diverse people use substances is often vilified and negatively represented. Some of my colleagues spoke previously about the reasons that women and gender diverse people use drugs. It tends to be more related to safety and for women that are living on the street, safety and the ability to keep themselves safe. And so when we look at a bill that looks to increase the detention of intoxicated persons up to 72 hours, our concern is, where is a gender lens being applied? So that's the piece that we're looking for. When I say a gender lens, I mean, how are women going to be supported specifically through this? I didn't get a chance to come to the meeting on Tuesday. I was very, very ill, and I'm just getting better. So I wanted to sort of bring that to here today, because I think that's a really important thing to think about. When we look at a lot of the issues we deal with as an organization right now to date, many times the woman's perspective is missing. Things have been built historically by men for men and then adapted slightly, but not necessarily built from a women's perspective on what women need. And the women that come into our center typically tell us that many of the existing ways that things have been structured aren't working for them. So that is sort of the piece that I want to bring here a little bit more today. I'm just keeping an eye on the time. I think some of the concerns about this bill, once it's put in place, that it may move our values as a province more towards detainment, looking at more of a forced detox or an involuntary treatment. And I know, and I think about a slippery slope occurring. I know that that isn't the intention, but oftentimes the intention isn't the way that things roll out. I know there's been doctors who have done lots of consultation, the 4 doctors that have provided consultation on this bill. I think that's great. But I also know that when I hear doctors speak about how things should work, or when I hear mental health professionals speak about how things should work in the mental health system, it's not how our community experiences the systems. That's not how they experience it. It's not the service they get. It's not the things that are there for them when they need them. And so that is I think my biggest concern and my team's biggest concern and the community's biggest concern is, how will those things be supported? We, based on an austerity model of the previous provincial government for 8 years, our social safety net is depleted. It has been really, really rough for the last decade. I've been doing this work for 30 years, and I've been at North End Women's Centre for 12. We've eroded the social safety net that was rooted in meeting people where they were at, building relationships, and repairing trust that has been broken with people by systems historically in the past. And so for me, and for North End Women's Center and for the community, we're interested in what is going to happen. You know, the 72 hours of detainment needs a whole other wraparound support system attached to it. And instead of putting money into detainment, we believe it's time to flip the script and make huge investments in community agencies that have started grassroots movements linked to values of social justice and human rights. I've done tons of work with Minister Smith. I know her heart, I know her knowledge, I know what she believes in. And I also know that I just want us to make sure that we're not going down a slippery slope of leading to things that aren't the intended piece, but end up being the outcome of harm in the end. So I think without supports in place, without the proper kind of supports in place, people can be forced into detox. Longer detainment periods can be harmful. That can be neglectful and lead to people dying upon release. Those are the things we don't want to see because we're seeing people dying already. And so wanting to see those things be done differently. It's late. I'm tired. I have appreciated hearing all the perspectives. I think this is a really, really important issue. And I think there were a lot of really, really important things shared today from multiple perspectives. I know that for us, when people come and live with us, and when women don't have housing and they come and they live with us and they have a roof over their head and they have food and they have clothing and they have support around them, they choose detox and treatment when they're ready. And we see that 50% of the time. And the other 50% of the time, they do fine in a different way. And so I think that I just want to make sure that women are thought about as this process goes along, because often they're left behind. So thank you for your time.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? Honorable Ms. Smith.
I just want to thank you, Cynthia, for hanging in there tonight and, bringing that gender lens and all of the work that you're doing. I know that your team works tremendously hard. You're doing housing, you're supporting women, you're feeding women, you're out there on the front lines and you're doing incredible work, and you're doing work that, you weren't even tasked to do with. So I just want to uplift you and your team for the incredible work that you do daily. Miigwech.
Ms. Drabot, you're welcome to respond.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for acknowledging that and recognizing the difficult work that's being done by people every day, right in the North End. So thank you for that.
So, Mrs. Hebert?
Yeah. Thank you. I only caught the last part, but because I had to run to use the ladies' room. But anyway, sorry about that. But I'm going to read about it later. But one of my quick questions was, because you're right, like this is such a great bringing awareness that women, we need specific things to make sure we don't leave women behind. That's so important. If you could suggest one thing to make sure that wouldn't be left out, that would be the most important thing in this bill for women, specifically the 72 hours, what would that one thing be that you would want to make sure we don't miss?
Ms. Drabot.
Thank you. Specific supports that women need added into the bill. So women experience addiction differently than men. Gender diverse people experience addictions differently. We know by learning from people who we work with what they need. And so I think maybe incorporating more of the lived experience of women and gender diverse folks who use substances into learning what that needs to look like. I always believe in lived experience learning, and I believe that it's important to ask people what they need. In this case, gender.
All right, I'm not seeing any further questions. So thank you, Ms. Drabot. And now we will move on to, I will now call on Ms. Karen Sharma, who I believe is also online. So Ms. Sharma, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to join you this evening on behalf of the Manitoba Human Rights Commission to put a few words on the record concerning Bill 48. I'm really here with this evening with two objectives. First, to reiterate the obligations that all duty bearers hold under Manitoba's Human Rights Code to promote equity and anti-discrimination. And secondly, to highlight the importance of a human rights-based approach to the issue of managing substance use and safety in our province. So as you likely know, the Human Rights Commission is an independent agency of the Government of Manitoba, responsible for enforcing the rights and responsibilities set out under our Human Rights Code. And we do that through a complaint process and by promoting human rights principles through education, research, and public advocacy. Our code holds sort of quasi-constitutional status amongst all laws in our province, and it really entrenches the right of all Manitobans to equity, to live a life free from discrimination, harassment, and reprisal. And we define discrimination in our law as when we treat somebody adversely without having a good or reasonable justification for doing so, and when that treatment relates to what we call protected characteristics, personal characteristics that go to the root of our identity. They're things that people have been treated negatively on the basis of throughout history and in an ongoing way, things like our age, sex, race, gender identity, and recently gender expression, and disability. Now, human rights law has long recognized that the concept of disability includes substance use disorder. And that means that duty bearers under our law have a positive obligation to take steps to protect individuals from experiencing substance use disorder from unreasonable or unjustifiable discrimination. And this is critical because we know, and we've heard here tonight, that people who use substances face significant amounts of social stigma, discrimination, and isolation and prejudice, not just around the use of substances, but this stigma also creates significant barriers to people being able to access healthcare and social supports. And we've also heard, and I wanted to uplift, the words of Kate Schoberg, Laurie English. We heard from Cynthia Drabeau and Levi Foy, for example, the importance of examining those negative impacts through an intersectional lens and the disproportionate negative consequences that substance use can hold and the stigma associated with substance use can hold for Black and Indigenous folks, women, to us LGBTQIA peoples, and people with concurrent disabilities. So we appreciate that the law being tabled today seeks to address a very complex and pressing public policy concern that's been well illustrated by many of the perspectives tonight, and that's the crisis of substance use and its impact on public health and safety, including not just incidents of violence, but as you've heard, incidents of drug poisoning and overdose and the crisis that that poses for our province. We also heard and we listened with interest to the minister's opening remarks related to the bill during second reading, and the emphasis that that she placed on the importance of a public health informed approach to this issue, and one that, as she mentioned, centers diversion and access to healthcare services and supports for individuals who are intoxicated by substances. Well, we understand and appreciate this critical focus. We also, wish to highlight the importance of also centering a human rights-based focus for those that are detained under this act, and in particular, centering their fundamental right to dignity, equality, and autonomy. Now, we had the opportunity to attend a consultation meeting on the bill with government officials earlier this week, and we've certainly heard some of these perspectives reiterated here today about the potential adverse consequences that being detained under this bill, particularly given the extension of time for detention from 24 to 72 hours, what those consequences could be for detainees. And we've heard from community-based agencies that these negative impacts for the up to 3 day hold might be, consequences for a person's employment, family, and health status. And health practitioners have told us about the danger of unmanaged withdrawal symptoms for a person that's in being held in that extended time period. And we've also heard some concerns about the evidence that's being used to substantiate the notion of moving from a 24-hour to a 72-hour period hold. And in particular, because the focus of this legislation is on intoxication and managing the risks to public safety or personal risks that stem from intoxication, the evidence substantiates that intoxication can extend over that 72-hour period. So we raise all of this because, as we said at the outset, as I've said at the outset of my submission, we each of us have an obligation to protect individuals from unjustifiable discrimination. In other words, we have to ensure that when we're subjecting people to negative treatment, it is reasonably necessary. So that we are relying upon evidence that tells us that less discriminatory options do not exist. This is, in fact, a path we must take in terms of a course of action. So we're really concerned about what that evidentiary basis is for extending that period of detention from 24 to 72 hours. We think it's important that if there is a good base of evidence, we've heard a little bit about practitioner observation, but beyond that, research-based evidence that's reliable and valid and replicable, that tells us that intoxication lasts into a period of 72 hours. So it's important, we think, that should that evidence exist, that it be publicly explained so that we can really get a good understanding of the basis of the bill. And that if, for example, the basis of the bill is something like a substance-induced psychosis or a methamphetamine-induced psychosis, that we understand why existing mechanisms through statutory regimes like the Mental Health Act are insufficient for dealing with those kinds of instances of public safety or personal safety risk. So again, more information for understanding why that period of detention needs to be extended and the evidence that's being relied upon for that. Beyond the importance of ensuring we have that strong evidentiary basis for the need for prolonged detention, we also wish to stress that we balance the negative impacts of that extended period of detention with specific rights-based protections. And you've heard a little bit, I think, about what those rights-based protections might look like from the excellent submission from the Bar Association. But just to reiterate, we think it's really important that as we look at this prolonged period of detention, that we're thinking about ensuring that the rights of detainees are very clearly outlined in this new regime. And that includes their rights to things like substantive and timely information about the basis for their admission and detention, their right to representation, as was highlighted by the Bar Association, and their right to information about review and recourse and what that procedure might look like. Their right to know how they're entitled to be treated while they're detained, particularly where they're detained for long periods of time, and their right to know how they're entitled to be treated upon discharge from a facility, particularly where they're detained for a lengthier period of time. And very importantly, because we've heard about the intersection between protective care facilities and the provision of medical care, we think it's really important that people detained within these facilities have a really strong understanding of their right to make and consent to choices about their health care. And so spelling out again their right to informed medical care, their right to consent, and what happens if they do not. So once again, we completely appreciate the need for a renewed approach under this act that better balances the rights of people who use substances with public health and safety. We appreciate also that Section 12.1, which spells out the kinds of regulations that might be created under this act, may help balance some of those rights-based issues that we've outlined here today. And we look forward to the potential work going forward to help ensure that the rights of people who use substances, in particular those with substance use disorder, are well protected under this new statutory regime. I'm open to your questions. Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation. Do members of the committee have questions for the presenter? MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, or Honorable Chair. Ms. Sharma, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for the added information that you brought to us this evening or this morning. Again, a lot of the information that you brought to us we didn't have. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for waiting all this time. We believe this is a very important bill as well, too, that we need to get right. So again, thank you for your time.
Ms. Sharma, you're welcome to respond if you would like.
Thank you. And it was my pleasure to wait and allow those that were in the room to make their submissions first. I think the thing we'd like to stress is just taking the opportunity to ensure that given there is a prolonged period of detention, that we're paying attention to the rights-based implications there and ensuring that we have the right protections in place for folks. And I think you've got an opportunity to use the provisions that you've set out in Section 12.1 with respect to the regulations to help spell out what those protections might be so that individuals that are in prolonged detention within these facilities have their rights upheld.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
I want to thank you, Ms. Sharma, for hanging in there tonight or this morning. You look fresh, like we're all tired, but you look like you just woke up and you're like, so I just want to say thank you for hanging in there and presenting. We certainly appreciate your perspective and, bringing your expertise. Miigwech.
Ms. Sharma?
Thank you, Minister, and not fresh, not awake, but really pleased to be able to speak to the committee nonetheless.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. So thank you, Ms. Sharma, for your presentation. Okay, so I will now call on Mr. Mike Thiessen. And he's not here, so he will drop to the bottom of the list. I will now call on Mr. Clark Marcino. Also not here, so he will drop to the bottom of the list. All right, we are gonna just do one more go through of folks So I will now call on Mr. Braden Mazurkowicz. Okay, he is dropped from the list. I will now call on Darren Penner. He is dropped from the list. I will now call on Mr. Robert Russell. He is dropped from the list. I will now call on Mr. David Vrell. He is dropped from the list. I will now call on Ms. Rena Kisfalvi. She is now dropped from the list. And then I will now call on Mr. Mike Thiessen. He's not here, dropped from the list. And I will now call on Mr. Clark Marcino, who's also not here, so will be dropped from the list. Okay. That concludes the list of presenters that I have before me. We will now proceed with clause by clause of Bill 48. Does the minister responsible for Bill 48 have an opening statement? Honorable Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'd like to start by thanking all of the presenters who came out tonight and all of those who submitted written submissions. Like so many other provinces and territories, we are facing a substance use and addictions crisis here in Manitoba. The current Intoxicated Persons Detention Act was created to provide an alternative to jail for persons intoxicated by alcohol, but it was drafted decades ago and it doesn't meet the needs of our communities today. A 24-hour detention does not reflect the reality of the meth crisis that we have here in Manitoba. People high on meth can be a danger to themselves and others for longer than 24 hours. That's why we're taking action with the Protective Detention and Care of Intoxicated Persons Act, so that Manitobans who are under the influence of substances like meth can keep themselves safe and others by being held in a protective care center under medical supervision for a maximum of 72 hours. Manitobans want us to take action to keep people high on meth off of streets and out of ER waiting rooms, and that's what we're doing. Right now, when police pick up a person high on substances other than alcohol, the option is only to bring them to the ER or to jail. This puts a big strain on our healthcare system and our jail system, and it's not the right place for these folks. This bill responds to the meth crisis and gives police and healthcare professionals more options to offer treatment immediately to people in a safe place that protects the public. Protective care centers will keep intoxicated persons safe by giving them a safe place to stabilize and access the supports to be offered, to offer referrals to treatment so they can start a path of wellness and recovery. And they will need to keep communities safe by getting people high on substances other than alcohol off the streets and out of the ERs for long enough to protect both them and the public. So at 190 Disraeli, for example, Main Street Project is right across the street where they currently provide 24-hour detox. So we're adding beds that can accommodate people for 72 hours. As always, our top priority is making sure everyone is safe. This center will have security. DCSP will have a presence, and we will continue working with police to make sure transfers are safe. Every Manitoban should have access to health care, including addiction support and services, in a way that meets them where they're at. This bill will help make this a reality for some of the most vulnerable Manitobans. Our plan has the support of some of the leading health experts in our province, including Dr. Rob Grierson, Medical Director of the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service, and the Chief Medical Officer of Emergency Response Services for Shared Health, who has said, and I'll quote, "Improve public safety on the streets by reducing immediate risks and allow emergency response resources to be allocated more effectively, thus decreasing the burden on frontline emergency services," end quote. So I invite all members of this committee to unanimously support this bill to help keep our communities and Manitobans with substance use disorders safe here in our province. Miigwech.
We thank the minister. Does the critic from the official opposition have an opening statement? MLA Bariza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone that joined us this evening. Thank you to all the other members of the committee. I especially want to recognize the community members who have taken the time to be here and share their thoughts and experiences. The fact that so many of you are that so many people were here shows how deeply the issue affects families and communities across Manitoba. It also shows the importance of a lack of consultation, that we've had on Bill 48. Bill 48 affects us all. I know we talked a lot tonight about Winnipeg. We all talked about Winnipeg, but there's more than Winnipeg in Manitoba. It affects our mums and dads. It affects our kids and grandkids. And it also affects the 1 in 3 people that have mental health issues. We are here to discuss Bill 48, the Protective Detention and Care of Intoxicated Persons Act, though what we are really talking about is addiction. Addictions are affecting every corner of our province. This bill aims to create a safer system for people in crisis and public who are often caught in the middle. Everyone agrees that the intent behind this bill is noble. The current Intoxicated Persons Detention Act is outdated and ineffective. It allows police to hold someone for up to 24 hours, after which they must be released even if they're still unsafe. That approach might have made sense decades ago when alcohol was the main concern, but it does not work today in the era of methamphetamines and other powerful drugs. Anyone who works in the front lines knows that meth does not wear off in hours. Its effects can last for days, and recovery from a serious meth episode can take much longer than 24 hours currently under the law. People experiencing drug-induced psychosis can be unpredictable, frightened, and violent. They can be a danger to themselves and at times to the people trying to help them. Extending the period of care under 48 hours to 72 hours could be an important improvement, but only if it supports and facilities are fully equipped. That's where the concern begins. We have asked the minister critical questions such as what will the utilization rate be? How many staff are needed? What are the qualifications of those staff? What happens when every protective care bed is full? Manitobans are still waiting for answers while the government has announced an opening date of less than 3 weeks. The first and most pressing issue is capacity. A protective care center can only protect people in its space. What happens when every bed is full? Addictions are not confined to Winnipeg. Rural and northern communities are facing the same crisis, often with far fewer resources. Most do not have detox stabilization facilities. Are officers expected to drive those people high for hours to the city, leaving their home regions without coverage, or will they simply be left be kept in a local cell? More answers are required for Manitobans. Addictions are not cured in 3 days. When someone is released, are they being connected to treatment, housing, or follow-up support? Or are they simply being sent back into the same environment that we heard many, many times tonight about that brought them there? Without proper transition planning, this bill risks becoming another revolving door, providing temporary safety followed by the same cycle of crisis and relapse. Since 2018, when the PCs opened the first RAM clinic pilot program to address the drug overdose crisis in Manitoba, the clinics have successfully saved lives and have helped addicted get connected with treatment options. With 2 main clinics in Winnipeg, the program has expanded into the urban centers across the province and culminated with the opening of an Indigenous-led clinic at the Aboriginal Health and Wellness Centre in 2023. In total, $10 million were invested in the RAM program. Manitobans want protective care centers connected to treatment programs and community organizations that can help people take that next step to recovery. Otherwise, we are simply pressing pause on a problem instead of solving it. Manitobans are also asking for regular public reporting on how many were turned away and how many were connected to a long-term treatment. Without that information, there is no accountability. And of course, none of this happens without proper funding for staff, medical oversight, and transportation. We must learn from other jurisdictions that have experience with what is being proposed in the bill. As we end this committee process, I again want to thank the community members, the first responders, and the families who are here tonight and who were here tonight. Your voices do matter, but I must also address something that really appalled me tonight. This is probably one of the most serious issues that I will deal with in my time. And we had a number of people that were denied leave to finish their presentations or to answer their questions. And that was by MLA Schott, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and the Minister of Housing and Homelessness and Addiction. And I need to put that on the record because it's so important. We must get this right. We have an opportunity to get this right, and we must let the people speak that have the opportunity to speak here tonight. It's been a late night, a long night, but you know what? A lot of these people have been through enough. And for us, for the people that stood there, or sat there and did not grant them leave, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Thank you very much.
We thank the member. During the consideration of a bill, the preamble, the enacting clause, and the title are postponed until all other clauses have been considered in their proper order. Also, if there is agreement from the committee, the chair will call clauses in blocks that conform to pages, with the understanding that we will stop at any particular clause or clauses where members may have comments, questions, or amendments to propose. Is that agreed? Agreed. Shall clause 1 pass?
Pass.
Clause 1 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 2 through 4 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 2 through 4 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 5 and 6 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 5 and 6 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 7 and 8 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 7 and 8 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 9 and 10 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 9 and 10 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 11 and 12 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 11 and 12 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 13 through 15 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 13 through 15 are accordingly passed. Shall the preamble pass?
Pass.
The preamble is accordingly passed. Shall the enacting clause pass?
Pass.
The enacting clause is accordingly passed. Shall the title pass?
Pass.
The title is accordingly passed. Shall the bill be reported?
Agreed.
Agreed. The bill shall be reported. The hour being 12. Oh, MLA Schott.
Yeah, so just so we can have it on the permanent record, because MLA Bariza was so insistent on having things on Hansard, the public should be aware that if we granted every single person leave that exceeded the time, even though some presenters were very cautious with their time and respectful and mindful of other people's times, we wouldn't have gotten through everyone. We're already past midnight. So that was the rationale. It was absolutely not to deny democracy. We're not the folks that denied democracy. And so it's very hypocritical for that to have been implied.
MLA Bariza on the same point of order.
Thank you. Point of order.
Same point of order.
Same point of order. The people that are dying on the streets, the people that we're trying to protect, they don't have a timeline. I was prepared, and I know our group here was prepared to sit here all night if we had to. That's where it's important. Time for those people that that are on the street, that don't have a place to go to, that need help, and we need to get this right. We need to give everybody the opportunity to speak as long as they need to speak. And that's why we were prepared, and that's why we said, let's stay here as long as we have to tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so I've heard enough submissions to make a ruling, and this is not to be used to further debate. So it is not a point of order because there have been no breaches to the rules identified. Thank you. Honorable Ms. Smith.
On a point of order, I would just like to clarify the record on what MLA Briza put on the record. He did say that I did deny leave to members that were asking questions. That is untrue. I did not deny anybody's leave. And to be fair to folks that were in the gallery, there were parents here, there were caregivers, and we were being mindful of people's time that were here. There were folks that were constantly looking at where they were on the list, and they were wanting to get home to their families. So I want to clarify that record.
So I'm not going to recognize anything else on this point of order because it's not a point of order. There's been no breach of rules identified, and we're not going to continue on to further debate on this. Thank you. So the hour being 12:20, what is the will of the committee? Committee rise. Committee rise. Can I?